Right. Right. Uh, Right.
I've got what you need, if you can afford it. Wait until you see the world from my point of view.
The gust of wind calls our victory.
Introducing your champion.
Good choice. For me.
I never say die. I fight until it hurts. I like that one.
Oh, she's going to gloat about this all day.
Ach, dinna fash yourself. 'Cause I'm the best. Got you on my side.
I say we land here. Prepare for battle.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown. Attention. First blood.
as you go.
Wings out.
First blood already. So that's what happens when you get too excited.
Wings up. Wings out. We could cruise over here. Evo shield here. Level 2. Over here, and I'm looking straight at the Fox 3, setting the payload.
Recharging my shield.
Reloading. Wings up.
I cracked an enemy.
I cracked an unscope. Shot fired at me. Reloading.
New kill leader upgraded.
Io era venuto kill leader.
Wings out.
Not a hostile on Scotty. Reloading.
End up at the farm.
Healing my wounds.
Wings up. Fox 3, visual clear. Under fire. Arc star out. Toss and frag.
Right here.
Charging on my shield.
I have eyes on the enemy. I'm going here. Enemy here.
45 seconds and rings.
Joker right here.
Gold goes so well with a diamond like me.
The old phase and the new. I will use both to guide us.
Valkyrie on station, ready for anything. Hell, everything.
This is your champion.
Papa would be proud of me.
Let's go here. Let's see what we have over here. I've got this covered. Don't drive him. That hurt. I'm down.
Banded down.
Taking a moment to recharge my shield.
Opening fire.
Target here.
Slash one. Bogey down. Cracked shields on that. I've gotcha. Hey, how about no more dying today? Confirmed kill on whole squad. Am I the only one getting deja vu here?
Hitting my wounds.
Cover me. I'm using a Phoenix kit.
Look out. Attacking here.
Out of energy ammo. Cracked an enemy shield. Bandit bottom hard.
Taking a moment to heal.
You're the new kill leader. Perfect. You do the killing, I'll do the looting.
Recharging my shields.
Let's do some.
Bogey right here. Under fire. Wings out.
Fire.
Wings up.
I'm out of light ammo.
Just a second. Healing up.
Fire. Damn it. That hurt. I'm down.
Eyes up.
Wings out. Bogey right here. Reloading. The sound barrier's not the only thing I'll break today.
I am with you, and you are with me. And today, we fight.
We'll get a win if your heart's in the right place.
Introducing your champion.
My adversaries are in for a shock.
Get ready, moving up. Wings up.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown. Attention in first blood.
Helmet here. Level 2.
The battle happens
Yes.
quick. Be ready.
Sniper stock here. Level 3. Wings out.
Scanning the area.
Got some extra supplies.
Wings up.
New kill leader appointed.
Careful, new kill leader.
Wings out.
Helmet here. Level 2.
Wings up.
Attention. New kill leader.
New kill leader. Go on, watch out.
Extended life mag.
Evo shield here. Level 2.
Backpack here. Level 2.
Of the squads left. Left R99 here.
Wings out.
Copy that. I need it.
Extended life
Need energy
mag
ammo.
here. Level 2. Hemlock here.
Wings up.
In progress.
Great. Safe to touch down.
Energy mag right here. Level 3.
Marking our
That's got my name
surroundings.
written all over it.
A fighter has entered the ring. Will anybody challenge them?
Optics here. Sniper.
Wings out.
I need it.
Wings up. Alert 5, Valkyrie on station. We are go for burn. Main engine burn. For those traveling with small children, this is a blood sport. What's wrong with you?
Care package on high. Backpack here.
Backpack
Level
here.
3.
Level 2.
Got a hop up here. Dual shell.
Maybe something coming here. Eyeing it. Barrel stabilizer here. Level 2.
Optics here. Close range.
Heat shield here. That'll get you out of a jam.
Wings out. Wings up.
Let's explore this way.
Energy ammo here.
I have located the next. Trust your maps. Hostile over there.
Wings out. Wings up. Wings out.
Come and get your birthday present.
Optics here. Close range.
Targeting the next lane, people. It's sent to your maps.
Helmet here. Level 3. To those who need it, there is an extended energy mag here.
I'll bag
Level
that.
4.
Helmet here. Level 2.
Alert 5, Valkyrie actual. Ready for burn. How copy? Burn is a go. A crew member will be coming by with our beverage cart. Drinks are not complimentary, though you wish to God they will be soon enough. Spitfire here.
Optics here. Close range.
Energy ammo.
Optics here.
Energy ammo
Mid-range.
here.
Sniper stock here. Level 3. Wings up.
Round
Roads? I don't need roads. Sniper stock here. Care package over there. Let's take this trident.
Optics here. Close range. I have an extended sector mag here. Level 3. I will join Scotty by flying. Optics here.
We can
Close
scan this.
range.
That's got my name written all over it.
Enough
Optics
tightening.
here. Mid-range.
Like soul upon her chariot, be ride.
I'm punching out.
Scammer say no to a beauty like this. Don't bounce it now.
The ring is close. Time graces us.
Ducking out here.
Ditching here.
Our enemies may struggle to track us on foot. Dismount here.
Wings out.
Marking our surroundings.
Wings up. Need a hop up. Turbocharger.
To those who need it, there is an extended energy mag here. Level 4.
In progress.
We're all inside the ring. Good. Heat shield here. That'll get you out of a jam.
Care package being delivered.
Wings out.
Looks like a care package is coming in. Heirloom is needed.
Wings up.
I have located the next ring. Trust your maps.
Round 3. Beginning ring countdown.
Hostile spotted.
Replicator being delivered.
Replicator on its way down. Wings out.
I have located the next ring. Trust your maps.
Optics
I
here.
need it.
Sniper. Kraber here.
Care package over here.
Taking fire. Wings up. Charging on my shields.
All Father, give me sight.
Eat a thermite grenade.
I'm taking fire.
Hostile right here. Contact with her.
Arch stir out.
Contact.
Toss him frag.
Making contact with enemy.
Under fire.
Let's explore this.
Tractable shield. Fox 3 firing missiles. Reloading.
Hostile close.
Ban
Hostile close.
recharging shields.
I'm taking fire.
Contact with hostile.
Mayday, mayday.
Your time is not over yet.
Wings out. I could use some help here.
Andy Justin tested positive.
Miners work these dark chambers. They've used many of the same mining tools for over a century: pickaxes, hand drills, and gunpowder.
सबसे पहले हमने ड्रिलिंग की है। ड्रिलिंग यहाँ पे हैंड आकर के जरिए करते हैं। उसके बाद हमने गन पाउडर के जरिए पैकिंग की है। फिर सेफ्टी फ्यूज के जरिए हमने इसको इग्नाइट किया है और साल्ट की ब्लास्टिंग हो चुकी है।
खबरदार आप सब सेट पे हो जाएं। खबरदार आप सब सेट पे हो जाएं।
इसके बाद हम एक महफूज टाइम जो आधा घंटा कम से कम होना चाहिए, उसके बाद हम उसकी साल्टिंग और लोडिंग स्टार्ट करते हैं।
Miners will spend up to 8 hours underground at a time.
ज़ाहिर बात हम मैन के नीचे काम करें तकरीबन 30-40 फुट है। हार्ड तो है लेकिन यहाँ पे मजदूरी अच्छी और वक्त पे मिल जाती है।
Only half of the mountain salt is actually mined. The rest is used for structural support, so the chambers don't collapse. Tractors haul the mined salt out of the mountain. Each day, miners excavate over 1,000 tons of salt, or about the weight of 157 elephants. Outside, they search for blocks with the best shape and coloring to send to manufacturers. Once picked, the blocks are loaded up on trucks either by hand or crane and sent across Pakistan. Historically, Pakistan couldn't process this raw pink salt, so much of it was exported to India cheaply. India would treat the salt, label it as made in India, and sell it at a premium. Pakistan saw little of the profits. NPR reported that a ton of salt sold to India for $40 could fetch $300 in Europe. In 2019, a social media campaign calling for the end of salt exports to India went viral. That same year, the Pakistani government banned all salt exports to India. The goal? Returning the profits to Pakistan.
23% जो रॉक सॉल्ट की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग थी या जो प्रोडक्शन थी जो पाकिस्तान की, वो इंडिया को हम एक्सपोर्ट करते थे रॉ फॉर्म, जो कि फिर वो री एक्सपोर्ट होती थी ओवरसीज़ में सेम मार्केट में जहां हम ऑलरेडी अभी एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। गवर्नमेंट का डिसीजन ये बहुत फ़ायदेमंद है हमारे लिए।
But some Pakistani salt exporters suffered. They didn't speak English and couldn't meet Europe's tough import standards. Only about a dozen exporters saw an opportunity to sell products under Pakistani labels directly to Europe. Mohammed was one of them. Every month he purchases 300 tons of salt from the mine for his company Himalayan Decor International.
ख्योरा माइंड से तकरीबन सॉल्ट लोड होता है ट्रकों में और मुख्तलिफ ट्रकों में लोड होकर बारास्ता मोटरवे हमारी फैक्ट्री लाहौर काना डिफेंस रोड पे आता है, जिसका सफ़र 350 किलोमीटर बनता है।
His artists turn these blocks into more than 200 different products.
जैसे कि नेचुरल सॉल्ट लैम्प है, इसके साथ साथ ज्योमेट्रिकल शेप्स हैं, एनिमल लिंक सॉल्ट है, ईटिंग कुकिंग प्लेट्स हैं, इसके साथ साथ वॉल्स की जो सी टाइल्स होती हैं वो हम लोग बना रहे हैं, इसके साथ हम लोग ईटिंग सॉल्ट के अंदर काम कर रहे हैं काफ़ी सारा।
Most of the work is done by hand, but drills and saws have sped up the process in recent years.
उसके बाद उसकी क्वालिटी को चेक किया जाता है, चेक करने के बाद उसकी वॉशिंग होती है, वॉशिंग के बाद उसके अंदर बल्ब और उसके अंदर वुडन बेस इंस्टॉल करके उसको पैकिंग के मराहिल में लेके आया जाता है। हमारे पास तकरीबन महीने के अंदर 10 से 15,000 सॉल्ट लैम्प्स की प्रोडक्शन है।
Over in Karachi, RM Salt Pakistan grinds up blocks into table salt.
बेसिकली ये इसका रॉ मटेरियल है जो कि डिफरेंट साइजेस में आप देख सकते हैं। यहाँ पर कुछ रेंजेस हैं 2 to 3 kg, 3 to 5 kg, और ये हमारी लार्ज साइड पे आ जाता है, जैसे 9 to 12 हो गया और 12 to 15 kg हो गया। ये रेंजेस में होते हैं बेसिकली।
This is a real B&H customer story.
Miners work these dark chambers. They're exported to Decor International.
के अंदर काम लेके आया जाता है। हम
into smaller grains. Workers
9 to 12 हो गया और 12 to 15 kg हो गया। ये रेंजेस में होते हैं बेसिकली।
Blocks are fed into the grinder and broken down into smaller grains. Workers bag and weigh 1,000 of these pouches of pink salt every hour. Like Mohammed's factory, RM Salt also makes lamps and other specialty products.
After the raw material we get, we convert it with a different shape as per our order. Like you can see in the cutting machine, he is cutting different sizes.
On this saw, water prevents dust from flying up, but on the grinders it's not possible, which is why Mohammed's staff wore masks even before the pandemic. Over at RM Salt,
as you can see this facility, we have installed a vacuum through which we can absorb the dust. This is the order of USA, one of our client. We are making these goods for them, the moon shape and the heart shape as well. डबल ड्रिल के बाद हम लोग इसको वॉशिंग प्रोसेस से गुजारते हैं, क्योंकि इसमें हमें मैनुअली काम करना पड़ता है। उसकी वजह है कि इसके साइजेस जो है वो डिफरेंट होते हैं।
The lamps are then coated with a gel to prevent humidity from interacting with the salt, and then they're shrink wrapped. RM Salt ships 30 containers of products every month. Mohammed exports about 80% of his products, primarily to Western countries like the US, UK, and Spain, where demand has spiked in the last decade because of the alleged health benefits.
यहाँ पर 3 कलर का नमक है, वाइट है, रेड है और पिंक है। इसके अंदर वाइट के अंदर है सोडियम क्लोराइड, पिंक के अंदर मैग्नीशियम है और रेड में आयरन शामिल है।
98% तो ये सोडियम क्लोराइड ही है, NaCl ही है, जो कि नॉर्मली सी सॉल्ट भी है। लेकिन इसके एडिशनली जो बेनिफिट्स हैं वो 84 मिनरल्स जो इसमें होते हैं, जैसे कि कैल्शियम है, मैग्नीशियम है, पोटेशियम है।
However, it's such a very small percentage of the salt that makes up these minerals, you are highly unlikely to get any real benefit or any trace of them in your regular serving of salt itself. But nutritionally, it's pretty much similar to regular salt.
It's also pretty similar tasting to sea salt. But others claim Himalayan salt has healing powers, whether inhaled, used in spa treatments, or in lamp form.
There's a lot of different homeopathic remedies that can seem very, very appealing, but actually they're not grounded in evidence.
And it's these false health claims that have driven the price up. Himalayan salt can cost up to 20 times the price of normal table salt.
Normally जो प्राइस स्टार्ट होती है पिंक सॉल्ट पाउच की, वो नॉर्मली एक मैन्युफैक्चरर से वो 60 सेंट से शुरू होती है, और एक मैं 1 kg बैग की बात कर रहा हूँ जो कि सेल होता है रिटेल मार्केट्स में अराउंड $9 होता है।
But that money doesn't always make it back to the miners. They take home less than 1,500 rupees a day, not much more than the cost of this bag of Himalayan sea salt at Walmart. And those salaries have stayed the same, even though Pakistan has severed its salty relationship with India, and the pink salt is seeing growing demand abroad.
पिंक सॉल्ट की डिमांड इस टाइम पूरी दुनिया में दिन ब दिन बढ़ रही है। मेरा नहीं ख्याल कि इसकी खरीदो फरोख्त में कहीं पे कोई कमी आई है, क्यों कि लोग इसको बेशुमार इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं और दिन ब दिन इसकी फरोख्त बढ़ रही है।
Luckily, the mountain won't run out of salt anytime soon. It's estimated only about 220 million tons of salt have been excavated here, nothing compared to the nearly 6.7 billion tons left.
Antioxidant goodness in every bottle of Palm Wonderful makes it a potent weapon against free radicals. Your antioxidant superpower committed to protecting you from unforeseen foes. And Palm is super Wonderfully delicious. Palm Wonderful, the antioxidant superpower.
A mainstay in pop culture and lunchboxes for more than 80 years.
Twinkie. That's a big Twinkie.
The Twinkie is an American icon. The vanilla cake stuffed with cream even made it into the National Millennium Time Capsule.
When you think about kind of the pantheon of food brands, there aren't a ton that kind of rise to the level of Twinkies.
But 2 bankruptcies, heavy debt loads, and changing tastes pushed Twinkies off shelves and almost to their death.
People were starting to sell boxes of Twinkies on eBay for $1,000 a pop. I mean, just crazy stuff, right? It was like the death of a piece of Americana.
But just when everyone thought that they were gone for good, Twinkies rose again. So what happened? Twinkies were invented in Schiller Park, Illinois in 1930. This guy, James Dewar, managed a bakery plant at the start of the Depression. He wanted to make better use of expensive strawberry shortcake equipment sitting unused when strawberries weren't in season. So he stuck banana cream in a shortcake. Dewar sold the Twinkies in packs of 2 for 5 cents. When bananas were rationed during World War II, the simple vanilla cream we know today became the filling. In the next 2 decades, Twinkies and its parent brand Hostess dominated the packaged cake market. Marketed to children in everything from TV commercials to Batman comics, Twinkies rose to the status of a cultural icon.
You're getting ready for school. Here's a swell dessert that you can take along with you. A package of 2 big Hostess Twinkies.
The Hostess snack cemented itself in kids' lunchboxes across America.
It was an affordable indulgence for families, and it was just so woven into the fabric of the culture of America.
In 1971, the brand introduced its mascot, Twinkie the Kid.
It's Twinkie the Kid! Yahoo!
The anthropomorphic cowboy Twinkie became popular among kids for sharing his namesake cakes. But growing talk of Twinkie's high sugar content would soon butt heads with the brand's kid-friendly marketing. First, the Federal Trade Commission came down on Hostess for false nutritional claims. The agency concluded that sugar was the main ingredient in Twinkies. And then in '79, the trial of a San Francisco man charged with murdering the mayor gave rise to the term Twinkie defense. The defense team argued he had diminished capacity thanks to his addiction to Twinkies, and the murder charges were lessened to manslaughter. It was a trial that balked at the wholesome cake brand Hostess was trying to build.
Fresh, wholesome Hostess meets my tough standards. So when I say yes, it's Hostess.
Then began a string of new owners for Hostess. In the 70s, telephone company ITT ran Twinkie's parent company. In the 80s, dog food maker Purina acquired Hostess. And a decade later, it landed under its final owner, Interstate Bakeries Corporation. The sale created the largest baking company in the US, with at its peak 58 factories, over 10,000 delivery routes, a boost in Twinkie sales, and $3.2 billion in total sales. But in the late 90s, America's changing tastes would soon spell trouble for the sugar-packed Twinkies. With the growing popularity of low-carb, Atkins, and later the South Beach diets, some Americans were becoming more health-conscious. Loaded with calories, sugar, and preservatives most people hadn't heard of, let alone could pronounce, Twinkies became a casualty of the health revolution. Sales fell and then flattened. In October of '98, because of missed earnings, shares dropped 25% in just one day. But it wasn't just the product that was the problem. Pensions and raw goods got too costly. As other food companies were modernizing manufacturing, Hostess ran inefficient factories, operating at 54% capacity utilization.
That's very poor in the manufacturing world.
The company also relied on a tired delivery system.
A DSD model, direct store delivery model, has really high costs because you've got trucks, drivers, gas, insurance that you have to pay for. And you're going to every store in America every few days to drop off product.
Delivery alone ate up 36% of revenue.
An important way to capture this moment in time would be by filling a national time capsule.
In 1999, President Bill Clinton included a Twinkie in the National Millennium Time Capsule. So Twinkies still had a huge fan base. But by then, the damage to Hostess's bottom line had been done. By 2004, with $700 billion in debt, Twinkie's parent company, Interstate, filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Over the next 5 years, Interstate cut 7,000 employees and shut down 8 factories. The company came out of bankruptcy in 2009 and rebranded itself Hostess Brands. But it didn't work.
But unfortunately, many of the legacy problems that really hampered the company didn't get solved through that bankruptcy.
Then the recession took a huge hit on Hostess's bottom line, with year-over-year sales down 20%. To make matters worse, a workers' strike and labor disputes soon followed.
That fight turned into production stopping, and the management team then threatened to shut the company down, even pressure from its creditors. And that's exactly what happened.
By January 2012, with nearly $1 billion in debt, Hostess Brands filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy again.
The company that makes Twinkies, Wonder Bread, and Ding Dongs announced this morning that it is going out of business.
In November, Twinkies were pulled from shelves, and headlines across the country reported the death of Twinkies.
Customers started, honestly losing their minds over it.
People who would have never cared about the Twinkies, in fact, suddenly wanted them, right? Or thought, oh my God, well, if they're going away forever, I need to stock up.
The rush was on to grab the last of those tasty treats.
People scrambled to get the last Twinkies off those store shelves.
It was like the death of a piece of Americana.
In December 2012, Hostess began laying off all its employees. Things were looking bad for Hostess. But this guy still saw value in the nostalgia attached to the brand.
There was a real brand here, and it's hard to kill a good brand.
Andy is half of the duo credited with saving the Twinkies.
If you poll people age 20 and over, there's 95% brand awareness. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's not every day that you can buy a brand like this that's ubiquitous in consumers' mind and has leading market share, had $1 billion in revenues, and an 80-year legacy.
After the second bankruptcy, Andy approached legendary investor Dean Metropolis about joining him in rescuing Hostess. Dean had turned around
Bumblebee Tuna, Chef Boyardee, Classic Pickles, Half Blue Ribbon. Dean's reputation historically really fit well for this.
But unlike the first Hostess bankruptcy, in 2012, there was no coming out of it with a simple restructure.
That bankruptcy process was unique because it turned into a true liquidation and what's known as a 363 asset sale process.
Basically, what was left of Hostess was sold for parts. Instead of having to inherit that expensive delivery system, underfunded pension plans, and old union contracts, Andy could cherry pick what he and Dean actually wanted and forget the rest. So the two showed up to the 363 asset sale, ready to fight for Hostess.
Not one buyer showed up other than us. Anybody could have showed up and topped their bid, and nobody showed up. It was frankly very surprising to me.
Andy and Dean purchased Hostess for $410 million. Out of the sale, they got the Hostess brands, including Twinkie, recipes, and 5 factories.
That's it. There was no employees, there was no ingredients, there was no inventory, and I have to tell you, it was very odd during diligence, walking through the plants, where when you walk in, they're empty, and the person who's walking through the plant has to turn on the lights.
And quickly, Andy and Dean got to work.
Russian forces pounded cities in Ukraine today as the war raged for a 6th day. Kharkiv in the northeast was particularly hard hit, and the port city of Mariupol in the southeast appeared surrounded. Nevertheless, a drive by Russian forces toward the capital, Kyiv, appears to be stalled, according to the Pentagon, and Ukrainian forces kept up their fierce resistance. Again tonight, our Nick Schifrin begins our coverage from Lviv.
For years, Moscow's military has employed scorched earth. Today, it brought that brutal reality to Ukraine. Kharkiv's central square, named Freedom, now mostly rubble and dust. Inside the city's main government building, emergency workers removed debris and carried dead bodies. In total, city authorities said at least 5 were killed and more than 24 wounded, all civilians. Surveillance footage captured the attack, a direct hit, and a massive fireball. Russia promised its targets would be restricted to military. This is a residential building. Homes completely destroyed. Families and children killed.
We're being bombed by the Russians. We're all afraid. Why us? We're all simple civilians.
They destroyed a residential building. The rockets hit and many peaceful residents died. Putin and Lavrov are bandits and should be tried.
300 miles away in Kyiv, Russian missiles hit the city's main radio and TV tower. Firefighters fought to extinguish the fire at the site that's near a memorial to Ukrainian Jews killed by Nazis in World War II. Ukrainian President Zelensky today called this history repeating itself. Outside the city, satellite images show a convoy even larger than previously believed, 40 miles long. But a senior defense official said today the advance toward Kyiv was stalled. The official said Russia wants to encircle Kharkiv. Russian troops have begun to occupy cities in the south. Berdyansk and Melitopol are just outside Mariupol. But once again, Zelensky remained defiant, this time to European lawmakers. Even the interpreter got emotional.
We are fighting just for our land and for our freedom. Despite the fact that all our cities of our country are now blocked, believe you me, every square of today, no matter what it's called, is going to be called, as today, Freedom Square, in every city of our country.
Today, ordinary Ukrainians fought for their freedom despite being outgunned. Civilians tried to stop Russian armored vehicles. Their only weapons, their bodies. Across the country, Ukrainians are rallying, even though some of their cities are slowly being strangled.
6 months ago, we prepare a city to live in extraordinary situation. We make huge supplies, medical treatment, blood. We bought a lot of diesel generator. We completely changed situation.
Andriy Sadovy is the mayor of Lviv, Western Ukraine's largest city. It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site, usually a hub for tourists. But now it's a hub for thousands of Ukrainians trying to flee the war in central and eastern Ukraine.
Every day, thousands from different cities. With my heart completely разрывается.
Your heart is broken.
Small children, 2, 3, 5 years.
And Sadovy said with so many entering the city, there is worry about what he called saboteurs. Security services have already arrested 10 people.
They haven't done anything bad yet, but they wanted to. They wanted to blow up a power substation. And there were also some sabotage activities near the blood donation hospital. That is not a military operation. It seems they're committing acts of genocide.
Who were these people, as you understand it, and under whose orders were they operating?
We have special police dealing with them. As I understand, they have been paid a hefty amount for it.
By the Russian government?
I think yes. Who else?
Russian troops attack civil citizens in hospital, school. Every day, 3, 4, 5 times allowed. Missile from Black Sea or Belarus world.
All Ukrainian cities are darkness right now. We cannot predict what's in the mind of a person that attacks small children.
We must prepare
Less talking, more doing.
I listening about sanction last 1, 2, 3 year, months. We are deeply concerned, blah, blah, blah. Russia kill children, women. Russia oligarchs must feel very strong sanction and very strong position. Today, one part democratic world, next part totalitarian world. Today, we talk about future. Today, we building, we creating our future. Today, Ukrainian people, David attack Goliath.
David attacks Goliath.
Yes.
Right outside the mayor's office, one of David's platoons, an assembly line of civilians crafting camouflage nets for Ukraine's military, young people who already embraced a European future. And grandparents born Soviet now embracing Ukraine. Jan Pasinaya is 67. Her granddaughter Maria Tigar is 13.
When I was born in the Soviet Union, we were united. I never felt the borders between nations. Today, I have hatred for those who started it all. I feel sorry for all Ukrainians because I'm a Ukrainian as well, and I'm proud of that.
I was raised in a free country, and I think freedom is very important, and now Russia is trying to take our freedom.
The family lives in Kyiv. On Thursday morning, Russians shelled their home, forcing them to flee.
We packed all our stuff in 15 minutes, and we left our house locked, and I don't know when we will come back.
How do you think one person doing something here in the Middle East can help Ukraine take on Russia?
If one person starts doing something extraordinary and something that can actually help, if many people do it, the society is power, and if we deliver a message to society, it will respond.
If Ukraine is great and Russia is alive, do you believe you have faith?
I believe today a lot of people from the world believe to Ukraine. It is our victory.
Ukraine is miles from that victory, but social media is full of examples of courage and heroism by ordinary citizens. You saw that video from Kharkiv, not of a tank man, but a tank squad taking on the Russian military, and they are led, Judy, by Zelensky, who got 2 standing ovations during his speech to European Parliament today.
Just the spirit of these ordinary Ukrainians, Nick. You've been talking to U.S. officials at the same time. Nick, what are they telling you about the state of the Russian operation?
Yeah, a senior U.S. official confirms to me reports of Russians having serious logistical problems inside Ukraine, and cites some examples of some Russian troops not having food inside Ukraine, some examples of Russian troops not getting paid back home, and of course leaving vehicles behind, and we've seen those on videos, especially in eastern Ukraine. Officials believed before this campaign began that there would be some kind of shock and awe campaign against Kyiv, and they say they simply have not seen that, at least not yet. They of course praise Ukraine's resistance and Zelensky himself, but Judy, there is still a lot of fear tonight. There will be more bombing, more amphibious assaults landing in southern Ukraine, and more troops to come, and more days like we saw today.
A lot of fear. Nick Schifrin reporting from Lviv. Thank you, Nick.
The Shake Shack Buffalo Chicken Sandwich. It's everything you love about wings meets everything you love about Shake Shack.
Top down, but the bottom up, and the middle. He talks about the middle class in America, and the vice president often adds on top the outside in. So it's very complimentary. And that's how he's going to get into that frame of inflation, gas prices. I think he's going to level with the American people. I think, and I would hope that he would be empathetic, and then also give people some hope. He's going to tell them basically, I know it's bad, but if we do X, Y, and Z, my plan is A, B, and C, it can get a little better.
I mean, look, you got a real talk sometimes with the American people. State of the Union sometimes have that, sometimes don't, but this is a very unique moment where that may be what we see tonight. So we'll get our popcorn ready. Simone Sanders and Eugene Robinson, thank you so much for sticking with us throughout the entire show. Great analysis, great contributions, and please stay safe.
Thank you.
Same to you, Zerlina.
That does it for me tonight. I'm Zerlina. Be sure to follow us on Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, and YouTube. The Mehdi Hasan Show is coming up after a short break, and stick with us all night for special coverage of the State of the Union, the Texas primary, and the invasion of Ukraine right here on Peacock.
Good evening, I'm Mehdi Hassan. It was almost a year ago that Joe Biden gave his first joint address to Congress ahead of his first 100 days in office. It feels like it was a different world. Last year, the president was flanked by two women for the first time in U.S. history in a chamber that was unusually empty, only 200 attendees instead of the usual 1,600 because of COVID-related capacity restrictions. From setting ambitious vaccination goals to highlighting the decline in death rates, COVID was at the centerpiece. Biden also touted the American Rescue Plan and new public investments on a New Deal-like scale. It was hopeful. It was optimistic. He had the wind in his sails.
After 100 days of rescue and renewal, America is ready for a takeoff, in my view. We're working again, dreaming again, discovering again, and leading the world again.
Could you blame him for that optimism? His poll numbers were pretty good back then. 57% 100 days into his presidency, 57% approval. But no honeymoon lasts forever. Fast forward to today as Biden is about to give his first official State of the Union address. And it's not just that he's polling very differently. We're looking at a different country, a different world. Biden and the Democrats have been rattled by harsh realities that will no doubt cast a shadow on the midterms later this year. The president's poll numbers have dropped like a stone. A new Washington Post ABC poll found a, quote, deeply pessimistic nation worried about the economy, one where voters are indicating more trust in Republicans than Democrats. When asked if they approve or disapprove of the way Biden's handling his job as president, a net 55% said they disapprove. Only 37% said they approve. And it's kind of understandable why many Americans feel this way. Soaring inflation rates, the highest in 4 decades, are hitting Americans' wallets. And when it comes to those big policy proposals he mentioned, like the Build Back Better plan and voting rights protection, we've only seen failure. Blocked and undermined not just by Republicans, but by members of his own party. Aside from the bipartisan infrastructure plan, no major legislation has passed in the Senate, no protection for voting rights at the federal level as they continue to be suppressed at the state level. One thing NBC has confirmed Biden will highlight tonight is his nomination of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson to replace Justice Stephen Breyer on the Supreme Court. But you and I know tonight's State of the Union will not be centered on that. How could it be when the entire world is watching a volatile dictator wage a war on a democratic country? The so-called leader of the free world, the democratic world, has no choice in that scenario but to hone in his speech on that conflict. In fact, the White House released an excerpt from Biden's State of the Union address tonight where he says, quote, Putin's war was premeditated and unprovoked. He rejected efforts at diplomacy. He thought the West and NATO wouldn't respond, and he thought he could divide us here at home. Putin was wrong. We were ready. Later tonight, we'll have special coverage of Biden's speech live here on this network. I'll be talking to former senators Barbara Boxer, former state senator Nina Turner, Barack Obama's former deputy national security advisor Ben Rhodes, historian Michael Beschloss, and many more great guests. But for now, let's look at Ukraine. Today, a large Russian military convoy moved closer to Kyiv, and according to Ukrainian officials, Russians struck a TV tower in the capital. Local officials say at least 70 Ukrainian soldiers were killed yesterday in a Russian artillery attack on a military base near the border with Russia. Russian shelling has also continued in Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city, and according to a senior U.S. defense official, the Russians' military advance has stalled in the north, but they are making progress from the south. And given the images we're seeing out of Ukraine, there is no doubt the pressure is on President Biden to stand up to Putin, to do something. Earlier today, Biden spoke with Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, who's been calling on Biden and the EU to impose a no-fly zone over his country. And this morning, a Ukrainian member of parliament was on Morning Joe, also calling for a no-fly zone.
Are you calling for European and American troops inside Ukraine?
I'm calling for the no-fly zone, and I will keep calling that, just like the rest of Ukrainians, because this is our only hope to protect our civilian population.
Now, as we discussed on this show yesterday, calling for a no-fly zone would be a declaration of war against a nuclear-armed Russia. Sorry, that's crazy talk. Still, we do need to find ways to push back against the autocratic Putin. Be under no illusion. Democracy is at stake in Ukraine, and democracy is what's missing in Russia. In last year's address, Biden talked about the threats to democracy here at home in the US. But when you listen to his words again tonight, they resonate different.
We will meet the center challenge of the age by proving that democracy is durable and strong. Autocrats will not win the future. We will. America will.
In a signal of how Biden might highlight the theme of democracy versus autocracy again tonight, the White House confirmed to NBC that Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S., Oksana Markarova, will be attending tonight's State of the Union as a guest of First Lady Jill Biden. But it's a delicate balancing act. Biden isn't just the most high-profile and powerful elected leader on the international stage. He's also the leader of a deeply divided nation here at home, plagued with a number of challenges, including the fate of American democracy itself. So in his first ever State of the Union, how will the president address not just Congress or America tonight, but Vladimir Putin too? Joining me now is a woman who will attend that address, Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. She's also a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Congresswoman, thanks for coming on the show tonight. We're seeing the scale of atrocities being committed by Russia under Vladimir Putin's leadership. There is growing fear that this could escalate into something nuclear, depending on how the West responds. How worried are you about where this conflict is heading? Is there an off-ramp available to Ukraine or NATO at this point or not?
Well, thank you so much, Mehdi, for having me. We are all very concerned, but I do applaud the president and the administration for both taking that concern seriously and figuring out a measured way to respond. You know, none of us want to see a nuclear war take place and you know, divulge ourselves into World War III. I think that right now we all have an opportunity to not only call for a ceasefire, but to make sure, you know, the kind of actions that we take allow for Putin to take an off-ramp from this situation.
We're hearing growing calls for Biden to declare a no-fly zone, not just from Ukrainian lawmakers and the president, but even from members of Congress like Adam Kinzinger. That would effectively be a declaration of war against Russia, would it not?
It certainly will. I think what people forget is that, you know, declaration of a no-fly zone is not just something that you announce. It's something that has to be enforced. That could mean bringing down, you know, planes in Russia, and that will be a declaration of war, and that could plunge us into World War III. And we have to understand what that actually could mean for a world order.
And Congresswoman, Ukraine aside, what else are you hoping to hear from President Biden in tonight's State of the Union address? You've obviously pushed yourself for policies that are more progressive to the left than Biden's been willing to back, but you've also been supportive of his agenda overall. What do you want him to say tonight, to highlight in particular, especially given midterms around the corner and your party looks like it's in trouble?
Well, there's a couple of things I want to hear. One is, what is the path forward for the Build Back Better agenda? Does he have a plan for that? Secondly, I'm thinking about my constituents who are dealing with high energy costs, cost of food rising. Many of them are concerned about inflation. And so I want to hear a clear plan on how he is going to address those concerns. I think this is an opportunity to also talk about comprehensive immigration policy and what the plan is for this administration to get that done. We're obviously also really honing in on criminal justice reform that's stalled. And so I want to hear what his plans are in re-energizing both our caucus and maybe having a conversation with the Republicans to find a bipartisan path forward.
Isn't the reality, though, and I know it's your job to be positive and say that you're going to win come November, but isn't the reality, though, that a president with this low approval rating has never really picked up the approval rating between now and the midterms historically? The party in power tends to lose seats in the midterms historically. Joe Biden has overseen some foreign policy crises, rightly or wrongly. He's blamed for the fall of Kabul by many Americans. We may see the fall of Kyiv on his watch. Inflation is far less transitory than this White House said it would be. One speech tonight is not going to turn that around. And if you lose the House, I mean, a Republican-controlled House probably won't even certify the next election victory that you guys maybe have in 2024.
Yeah, I mean, historically, the party that is in power loses the midterms because oftentimes the minority party has, that's their chance to win. This is an opportunity that is very different than previous times. This is our election to lose, and we have a lot of work to do, but I do think that we can win if we remain united, if our message to the American people is clear, and if we continue to go down the path of delivering on our promises. I think the president today has the opportunity to hit that reset button to instill hope in the American people, to re-energize our party, and to get us started on a path to victory in the midterms.
Your Democratic colleague and fellow squad member, Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, is set to give a speech after Biden's address, which she said will be in support of Biden and his agenda, but many are worried it will be a critique from the left. You have fellow Democrats like Josh Gottheimer telling Axios, quote, "It's like keying your own car and slashing your tires." Gottheimer's going to be giving his own address afterwards. So will the Congressional Black Caucus. Why not just let your party leader, the president's words, speak for themselves? Why all these Democratic responses?
I do agree that it is important for the president's words to speak for the party, but I also, want to sort of point out the irony of Josh Gottheimer going after Rashida when he himself is giving his own response. I think the fact that people are upset and continue to talk about the working party's response, which is not actually a response, it's an uplifting of the president's message and his promises on the campaign trail and what it means for us to rally behind him in getting this agenda done. But the fact that they're being criticized and Rashida is being criticized while others are not really speaks to where we are as a party.
Yeah, and of course, of the two of them, I'm pretty sure Rashida Tlaib has backed more of the president's agenda than Josh Gottheimer has. One last question for you, Congresswoman. Marjorie Taylor Greene, in a pretty explicit embrace of the far right, appeared at what looked and sounded like a neo-Nazi conference over the weekend, a conference where Putin was cheered on, where Adolf Hitler was praised. This is, of course, coming from a Republican who's had a history of making anti-Semitic and Islamophobic comments herself and never really being held accountable, not by her own party leadership. She has now been condemned belatedly by Kevin McCarthy, the House Minority Leader. But it doesn't look like he has any plans to do anything to her in terms of sanctioning, censuring, punishing, or to Paul Gosar, another Republican congressman who also spoke via video at that far-right gathering.
I mean, we've said this over and over again, white supremacy is sort of the, and white nationalism is the base of the Republican Party these days. Not only is he not going to punish her, he, obviously is a coward and really believes that people like her and others like her in the party are his path to the speakership. And I think this is an opportunity for us to, again, realize that we have to do everything that we can to keep Democrats in the majority, because if McCarthy becomes the speaker, white supremacy, white nationalists, and Nazis will have a seat at governing the, American government.
Forgive me, I have to ask before we run out of time. What do you think would happen to you if you even accidentally stepped into a room with someone who praises Hitler, praises Putin, and denies the Holocaust?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't do that. But, it's not lost on me that today at his press conference, he didn't want to be asked about her remarks when he has chased every single member of the Democratic leadership about every single thing I have said and others in our caucus have said. This man, again, is a liar. He's a hypocrite. He's a coward. And we have to do everything in our power to make sure he does not become the speaker and he is not in a position to govern our country.
Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, thank you for your time tonight. I appreciate it. We're now 6 days into Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and while the Russian advance on the capital, Kyiv, has been slower than anticipated, it's not letting up. Earlier today, Ukrainian President Zelensky confirmed 5 more people were killed in that strike on the Kyiv TV tower. It stood in the same spot as Babin Yar, a ravine where Nazis killed some 33,000 Jews during World War II. In one of his most direct appeals for international intervention, Zelensky, who's Jewish, tweeted, "What is the point of saying never again for 80 years if the world stays silent when a bomb drops on the same site?" Shelling also intensified in Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city. Ukrainian state emergency services say a Russian airstrike hit a regional state administration building which stood in the city's Freedom Square. At least 10 people were killed, including 1 child, according to Ukrainian officials. Zelensky condemned the strike as a blatant campaign of terror by Moscow. Residents again sought refuge in bomb shelters, including this maternity ward in Kharkiv that moved dozens of babies as Russian shelling intensified. Joining me now live from Ukraine is Jack Crosby, Rolling Stone correspondent and MSNBC contributor. Jack, thanks so much for joining us from Ukraine. You left Kharkiv yesterday during some of that heavy shelling. What has it been like there over the past 24 hours?
Yeah, so, we've really seen an escalation in the shelling over the past 24 hours to a profound level. It's why I'm no longer in the city. It's why there are virtually no other Western journalists left in the city right now. I think there's maybe a few stringers for the photography agencies, and I believe a Sky News ITV team there. Pretty much everyone else is gone. The security situation in the city has just drastically deteriorated, which means that the situation for civilians in that city as well has just completely gone downhill. This shelling, the images that you're seeing on your screen right now, is of an attack that was in residential areas, I believe. And if this is the regional administration building, actually that was in a sort of commercial area in the center of the city. About 200 yards from the hotel I was staying at until yesterday morning. And, we kind of heard the shelling sort of begin, and it has continued basically nonstop for yesterday and today.
Jack, Kharkiv is a city of over 30,000 students, many of them international students. What are they doing now? Are they trying to get out, go home? Are they able to? We've heard stories of African students not being allowed to cross into neighboring countries.
Right. So I visited the central train station in Kharkiv on Saturday, I believe. I'm sorry, Mehdi, the days are really blurring into one another now. I visited the train station, I believe, sort of the day before some of this escalation happened, Saturday, which seemed like kind of the last clear day that people were able to consistently get out. And it was full of students from all over the world. I ran into groups of students from Nigeria that were studying at some of Kharkiv's technical universities. There are over 38 higher education institutions in Kharkiv, or there were before this. Some had been disrupted by COVID. I talked to students who had, moved to smaller, cheaper rent satellite villages and things like that. But this is a big college town, and a lot of those students were up there. They were studying either remotely or they were living in houses with their friends, and their lives have just been completely turned upside down by that. Many of them were trying to flee to get to border towns, to go back to their home countries. I spoke to a group of Nigerians. They were trying to take the train line to Uzhgorod, and they were just saying, we never expected this to happen. We were studying at home, we were visiting friends, and now we just desperately want to get back to be able to see our parents.
It's heartbreaking. You are now in a more southern part of Ukraine, Dnipro, I believe, where there hasn't been much fighting yet, but people are preparing. I believe you met one woman who's helping secure a local art museum. What did she tell you?
Yeah, so we were walking around the city today, just sort of getting the lay of the land, and we passed a group of curators and volunteers outside of the National Historic Art Gallery in Dnipro, Ukraine, and they were stacking sandbags around these large stone sort of obelisk statues that they referred to as babas, which are sort of traditional guardian statues that were placed on top of burial mounds to sort of guard the land. Many of these statues date back to the 12th and 13th century, although some go all the way back to 3000 BC, they told me. Wow. So, you know, these were students, these were museum curators and stuff. Many of them spoke great English, had done residencies in Oxford, and now they're sort of gearing up both to defend their museum and try and preserve some of this cultural legacy that they have, but also to defend their city and their country itself. One woman that we... Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, please finish.
Well, one woman I spoke to there was the assistant director of the museum, and she showed us around and fed us lunch, actually, and she showed us in the back area of the museum. They had an exhibit devoted to the 8 years of war that Ukraine has already endured, and they had a lot of different sort of relics of the war, captured separatist and Russian material and things like that. And she essentially finished the conversation by telling us, you know, when they come, we are going to be prepared and we're going to be ready to add new items to our collection. So, you know, this is the level that these people are thinking at the moment.
Amazing. And Ukrainians have been able to amazingly hold off Russian forces in both Kharkiv and especially the capital, Kyiv. But that may only last so long. What do you think is coming next? How optimistic or pessimistic are people on the ground then?
It's hard to gauge how optimistic or pessimistic people are on the ground here, because you see such a sort of defiant resolve for this. I know many people, of course, are terrified, and there's no way to not be scared when you see you know, the conflict and the war that is approaching you. But you know, also they've been doing everything they possibly can to prepare themselves for this, and I think you know, people in cities like Dnipro are expecting the war to come, and they are promising themselves and everyone around them that they are going to be ready. The woman today told me that the territorial defense in the Dnipro region has so many volunteers at this point that they've stopped taking women, because obviously these civilian defense units were taking both men and women, and now they're saying they have so many that they can afford to just take the men that are willing and able. And so, you know, this is a country that has very, very quickly mobilized itself and geared itself up to fight.
Yes, it has. Jack Crosby, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you for documenting this for us, and please do stay safe.
Thank you.
Coming up.
The president, I think, for the first time acknowledged A, the depth of the economic crisis, and B, the need for government to be involved in the solution.
That was Senator Joe Biden reacting to a State of the Union address from President Ronald Reagan. Tonight, for his first time, Biden will be he's going to be the one giving that address. What to watch for after this break. The Constitution mandates that the President shall from time to time give to the Congress information of the State of the Union. But for most of its history, this tradition was known as the annual message. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt popularized the term State of the Union, and that's been the official name since 1947. Joe Biden, who spent more than 3 decades in the Senate, would have sat through his fair share of addresses. Then, of course, he sat behind President Obama as the VP for 8 years. Now, President Biden is the one giving the address, and he could well be the world's foremost expert on this tradition at this point. That being said, he'll be facing a tough audience with his current approval rating sitting at only 37%. President Biden is expected to devote much of his speech to the economy, but nearly 60% of the country disapproves of the way he's handling the economy. That's despite a very strong January jobs report. And if the midterms were held tomorrow, 49% of registered voters say they'd pick a Republican candidate over a Democrat. So, with all his State of the Union experience, will Joe Biden be able to use this platform to lift his own approval ratings? Will he be able to refine and reinvigorate Democrats' weak messaging around this recovering economy? Will he be able to boost enthusiasm for vulnerable candidates in the upcoming midterm elections? Who better to ask than my next two guests? Joining me now, the Walshes, no relation. Joan Walsh is National Affairs Correspondent for The Nation. Joe Walsh, no N, is a former Republican congressman and ran for the 2020 Republican presidential nomination as an anti-Trump candidate. Thank you both for joining me and letting me stage this little fake family reunion. I want to start with a question for both of you. Let me start with a question for both of you. What do you believe is the current state of our union? Joe?
Technically, I need to correct you, Mehdi. Joan is my little sister, but we'll argue about that later. Hey, look, Mehdi, the state of the union is pretty damn good. The economy is doing well. We're coming out of COVID. We have an opportunity with Russia's invasion to energize America around defending democracy. I think the State of the Union's strong. I want Biden to come out strong, kick some ass, and lead. I think that's what America needs.
Joan?
I could just let my big brother talk all night because that's how I feel too. I mean, look, we're facing a lot of stresses, but the economy is stronger than it looks. And this is horrible what's happening in Ukraine, Mehdi, but you know, there is this sense that we've got to fight for democracy, and we see these people fighting in Ukraine when we saw Republicans, not all Republicans, but some very, very bad people, storming the Capitol, doing violence to our democracy just over a year ago. So there's an incredible contrast, and there's an incredible moment where we have to also say Biden has done an amazing job pulling together this coalition that no one thought would come together, that hasn't really been together this strongly in a long time. So I want to see him come out, not swinging, that's not quite the right way to put it, but come out strong and come out proud of his accomplishments.
But Joan, you say you want him to come out strong and proud. It's a lot of pressure for one speech. Can one speech, especially in a social media age where not everyone sits around television sets watching speeches, can it make the difference he needs it to make difference? Joan?
No, I'm just going to say that. Of course not. You know, we've all lived through this. We're old enough. I mean, some of us are older than others, but we've lived through this, and we know that one speech, it has a blip. It has, you know, some kind of polling effect. That's great. But it doesn't change everything. However, you know, I'm thinking about my friend David Axelrod, who has urged Biden to be humble in this speech tonight. And I just have to say, you know, Joe Biden doesn't have to be humble because he is humbled every day by right-wingers and by some of our friends in the media. So I need him to come out strong, not humble. I need him to be empathic. You know, the Joe Biden we all know and love, who genuinely feels people's grief because he's suffered it, also can tell a hopefully reassuring story of how we are recovering, how COVID's being beaten back. I'm not saying he's done it alone, but it is receding. He's done a lot of things right. The economy is strong in many ways. The labor market is very strong. Wages are strong. He's got to tell that story because, Mehdi, no one else will.
I mean, my worry on the COVID front, of course, and regular viewers of this show will know that I worry that they're pushing the back to normal a little bit too fast for my liking. 2,000 Americans died yesterday, and that's something we shouldn't ignore. Joe, let me ask you this, and we'll come back to COVID in a moment. Joe, let me ask you this. You've been in the room for past State of the Union addresses as a member of the House. What can you tell us about the atmosphere in the chamber on a night like tonight? Biden will be speaking to many of his former colleagues in the Senate. He'll be speaking to a full chamber because the COVID restrictions have been dropped. How do you expect his years of experience listening to State of the Union addresses, both as a senator and as a vice president, sitting behind the president, how might that inform his presentation tonight and the atmosphere in the room?
Mehdi, the atmosphere in the room is electric. No matter who the president is there, is Democrat or Republican. When you're in that room, you feel the history. And I want Biden to grab that room. I mean, he's talking to the American people. And Mehdi, the American people right now are scared. They're concerned. They're frustrated. But outside of a lot of my former friends on the right, most of America deep down is rooting for this guy, and they want this guy to take on this fight. They want this guy to defend democracy. They're proud that he's leading a worldwide coalition to defend democracy. I'm with Joan. I don't want him to be humble. I want him to be proud of what he's done and tell the American people that and rally them.
So in terms of being proud of your record, he's going to obviously talk about his economic record, Joan, and the jobs news, the growth news. Inflation, though, is a problem. And I want to read it from an excerpt that the White House has shared ahead of tonight's speech. Biden will say, quote, "One way to fight inflation is to drive down wages and make Americans poorer. I have a better plan to fight inflation. Lower your costs, not your wages. Make more cars and semiconductors in America, more infrastructure and innovation in America, more goods moving faster and cheaper in America, more jobs where you can earn a good living in America, and instead of relying on foreign supply chains, let's make it in America." Now, we don't have time to get into a complex discussion of economics. There are many who would argue that making stuff in America is actually inflationary, but the actual political messaging behind this, Joan, the idea that this was a White House that said inflation's not a problem, it's transitory, it's going to go away, and it hasn't gotten away, and it's gotten higher, and it's really hit them in terms of their poll ratings. Do you think this will be enough to start changing the conversation on inflation?
I think it will start changing the conversation. They've got to hit this message harder. I mean, there is an extent to which rising wages may be rising prices, but we need this. We need a labor resurgence, Mehdi. We have had labor downtrodden, downbeaten for too long. And so he's right to say, okay, don't lower wages, don't blame wages, don't raise prices, because there is a lot of price gouging. Be affirmative, make things here. Reinvest, and he's also got to talk, and I think he will talk about the problems of monopoly in our society, in our economy. He's got to bring, I think, a populist progressive message about corporate price gouging, about the need for stronger wage growth and lessening inequality, and not bow down to this notion that, oh, you know, workers are getting too much power, we've got to rein them in, because that is in some circuits, and that is coming. It's going to be louder.
And Joe, your former colleagues in the GOP, they're loving this inflation storyline. They're loving this inflation narrative that the president has lost control of prices.
Yeah, and not to get into that debate with my little sister, we'll do that at another time. I don't want Joe Biden tonight. You know, Mehdi, some of these speeches can be just damn ass boring because the president gets into a laundry list of program after program after program. I don't think this moment calls for that. I hope he is at 30,000 feet and he focuses on Ukraine and he focuses on democracy. I really hope he's big picture like that.
Joe says focus on Ukraine and big picture. In a sense, there is I hate to use the word positive, people are losing their lives right now, but there is a story that he can tell about the defense of democracy that fits with his wider mission and message since he became president. At the same time, no president wants to be talking about a foreign crisis at the top of their first State of the Union. We know that his staff have been furiously rewriting drafts of this speech in the run-up to tonight. But this is not where Joe Biden wanted to start his first State of the Union, is it, Joe?
No, it's not at all. And yet, you know, he might be the man for this moment. He has been a strong voice for not just democracy, but diplomacy, you know, for his whole career. He has the relationships on the world stage to make some of this coalition building happen in a very real way that other people, perhaps even Barack Obama, could not have done. I just want to say to my brother that I think he can do the inflation message at 30,000 feet too, because it's a big story that's related to the arc of the decline in democracy and the decline in standards for the average American. And I think these things are all together, and you're going to have us back so we can go into that question much more deeply. I know.
Part of me wonders whether he should have just renamed the Build Back Better Act the Reduce Inflation Act, because it does reduce inflation, and then dared Joe Manchin to vote against the Reduce Inflation Act. We know tonight that the president is going to be pushing elements of that agenda under a different name, in a different structure. He's also going to be throwing back in a $15 minimum wage that he wants to fight for. Joe, Republicans claim to be the party of the worker now. You often hear that from Marco Rubio and Josh Hawley and others, but they're not going to back a $15 federal minimum wage, are they?
No, and Mehdi, again, a lot of Americans might not. And I think if Biden gets into specific policy proposals like that, look, I think his job tonight is to bring the country together. I think his job, Mehdi, tonight is to call the American people to get ready. We've got to suck it up a little bit. Biden has brought together the world against Putin. And to make that work, the American people might have to sacrifice a little bit this year. I want this president to make that case.
The irony is that it's much easier for the President of the United States to bring the world together than it is to bring current America together, as we've seen. Thank you, Fox News in particular. Joan, the midterm elections are front of mind tonight, especially for a lot of vulnerable...
Друзья, срочно на вышке, только что по телеге, Киев.
Летит. Макс, пошли на укриття. Терміново.
Значит, Дорогожичи обстреляны, друзья. Дорогожичи обстреляны. Все легли! Легли! Легли к зданию! Ближе к земле! Друзья, срочно на вышке, только что по телеге, Киев.
Летит. Макс, пошли.
Спасибо этим ребятам. Они нас предупредили. И буквально за 6 часов до пуска ракет мы это обнаружили, и россияне у нас Искандер находились здесь на позиции, да? В районе Мозера. Нанесли удар по этим ракетам, по этим позициям. И после мы их уже больше не видели. Во время наступления россиян, вступления в Украину, мы уже эти позиции не видели. Вот поэтому я говорю, что да, были пуски.
Yeah. Oh, new shoes, new shoes.
In today's exploration of cybersecurity tech news,
The war in Ukraine is heating up, and so are the battles in cyberspace. In this video, I'll be covering everything that's happened in the last day or two in the world of cyber warfare when it comes to the invasion of Ukraine. Firstly, Anonymous has hacked the Russian Ministry of Defense and leaked some data. The leak contains a database of phone numbers, emails and passwords belonging to Russian military officials. Many of the hacked emails end in mil.ru or gov.ru. In other words, these can only belong to the Russian military and government. Now, I'm not going to show any of the leaked data in this video because I'm pretty sure that's against YouTube's community guidelines. In fact, shortly after an Anonymous related account tweeted it, Twitter pulled it down and the mega download link was taken completely offline. But despite that, the leak will have already done its job. The Russian Ministry of Defense will have locked down accounts, and whilst it won't take them long to recover from this, the whole idea will have been to create as much disruption as possible to the Russian military's operations. But Anonymous did not stop there. Things got a whole lot more interesting in a different operation which also has happened only in the last day or so. A group calling themselves Anonymous Liberland teamed up with a hacking group going by the name Pwnbar Hack Team. They hacked into the Belarusian's weapons manufacturer Tetrader, or however it's pronounced. Anyway, this company makes weapons for the Russian military, and they're said to have been instrumental in providing logistical support for Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Now, the hackers released a statement in which they mock Russian threat groups, saying, "Our Russian APT friends seem kinda out of shape, don't they? Defacements, DDoS attacks, what year is this, 2012? We thought maybe they needed a little reminder of what real hacking is like." And so, after hacking the weapons manufacturer, they leaked 200 gigabytes of emails. They claim included are the schematics for some of those SAMs. Here they're referring to surface-to-air missile systems, like this one, made by Tetrader. But how did this duo gain access? Apparently through a Microsoft Exchange vulnerability, Proxy Logon. This allows an attacker to bypass authentication to a Microsoft Exchange email server and gain admin privileges. A patch for this was released a year ago, but it seems Tetrader just never bothered to update their systems. The defense company's website is now offline, and the leak is being disseminated through Distributed Denial of Secrets, an organization which hosts data leaks. It's too soon to say what effects this leak will have, as 200 gigabytes is a lot of emails, so it'll take a good while for people to go through it all. Next up, in the last day or so, the cybercriminal underworld has started taking sides in this war. The Conti cybercrime group has declared full support of the Russian government. If you're not familiar, Conti is one of the world's most prolific and dangerous ransomware gangs. One of their most famous hacks took place in May of last year, when they absolutely crippled Ireland's healthcare system with ransomware. Conti released a statement on their dark web blog saying they're announcing full support of the Russian government. If anyone decides to organize a cyber attack or any war activities against Russia, we will use all possible resources to strike back at the critical infrastructure of the enemy. This kind of language is unheard of when it comes to cybercriminals. Some people have interpreted their statement as proof that they're working with, or at least supported by, the Russian government. Though there is a more nuanced perspective. For the last few years, Russian cybercriminals have for the most part been left alone by Russian authorities to do their thing. But after the Revel ransomware gang was arrested by Russian Secret Service just a few weeks ago, the whole Russian cybercriminal community has been worrying about Putin finally cracking down on them. And so Conti's statement of support for the Putin regime may just be a cynical attempt to cozy up to Putin, hoping that if they pledge allegiance to him, then maybe he'll just leave them alone to do their ransoming. However, there is a twist. Conti changed their statement only an hour after posting it, switching their position to, "We do not ally with any government and we condemn the ongoing war." But they keep their threat of using their full capacity to deliver retaliatory measures in case the Western warmongers attempt to target critical infrastructure in Russia. So why the change of heart? It's possible Conti realized whilst they were minimizing their risk from Russian authorities, they were really making themselves a target for others, as this meme I found on Twitter eloquently illustrates. Or perhaps Conti just didn't realize that cybercriminals are actually quite divided on this, and that they would rather not make enemies within their own community. For example, Raid Forums, a popular cybercriminal forum, has apparently imposed restrictions on Russian users. An admin posted, "Any user found to be connecting from Russia will be banned. This is not a joke." Raid Forums is an English-speaking forum, but no doubt a good chunk of their users will be based in Russia, so this is a surprising move. Another Raid Forums user made it very clear whose side they're on by posting a data dump of emails and hashed passwords belonging to the fsb.ru domain. The FSB is essentially the Russian version of the FBI. And as I mentioned in my previous video, the Ukrainian military is openly reaching out to Ukrainian cybercriminals, encouraging them to put their skills to good use and volunteer for the military cyber units. They have a Google Forms page for people to apply through, and it shows they're looking for people with skills such as social engineering, red teaming, and threat intelligence. And Ukraine could use greater defensive cyber capabilities. For example, the Belarusian state hacking group UNC 1151 has been targeting Ukrainian military personnel with phishing campaigns. Soldiers have been receiving emails saying, "Click the link below and verify your contact information, otherwise your account will be irretrievably deleted." The emails then link to a page for people to type in their username and password. Now, this is obvious BS, merely an attempt to scoop up email credentials of people in the Ukrainian military. Why? Well, the Belarusians won't be looking for anything in particular, but rather to see what they can learn from soldiers' messages, such as insights into Ukrainian military strategy and how or where they're being deployed. Speaking of spam, and this is kinda shocking, but I suppose it shouldn't be surprising, scammers have been exploiting the invasion and setting up fake donation pages, attempting to trick people into sending them money, with the cover story that the money will go to help people in Ukraine. So if you are looking to donate money, be careful. The official Ukraine Twitter account tweeted that they're now accepting donations in Bitcoin and Ethereum, and at first people assumed that the account had just been hacked. But no, this is legit. So far, millions have been donated. So this is what we know so far when it comes to the Ukrainian cyber warfare situation. Also, several hacktivist groups have contacted me, both pro-Russians and pro-Ukrainians, and it looks like I'm actually going to be doing interviews with them. I'm taking suggestions for questions to ask them over on my Instagram story, which I will link in the video description. Staying secure online should be number one, but convenience is important too. That's why I've teamed
because you know I'm all about that.
Madam Speaker, the Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the Supreme Court. Madam Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
Should I call you?
Tomorrow we can. And I want to do anything that we can. I call a few ambassadors.
Okay.
You know, about tomorrow, but whatever. So we move to it.
Okay. We'll do that. Hi.
Okay, how are you? Good to see you. How are you?
Getting outdoors is all about the experience, the challenge, the views, the victories.
And we're back now with our breaking news. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky talked to CNN today. He did it from a bunker in Kyiv. He talked about his country's determination to fight off the Russian invaders, and he talked about his message to Americans and to President Biden. Let's bring back CNN's Matthew Chance in Kyiv, who did this interview, who conducted it. Matthew, tell us about your conversation with President Zelensky.
Yeah, well, first of all, we were taken to a secret location inside central Kiev, near the presidential compound. We were escorted by heavily armed military forces into an underground bunker when President Zelensky finally arrived wearing green sort of military fatigues. I started, we've got all those things, but I started off by asking him what his message was for President Biden, the head of the State of the Union address, later on tonight.
What message? So many messages. I think that he has to give those messages what will really work. That is very important to be very, useful in this situation, in this war against Russia.
I think, first of all, he's a world leader. And it's very important for people in the United States to understand that despite the fact that the war is taking place in Ukraine, it's essentially for values in life, for democracy, for freedom. Therefore, this war is for all the world. And that message should be sent far and wide, from Ukraine to people in the United States, so they understand what it is like for us here, what we're fighting for, and why support for Ukraine matters.
For a long time, you downplayed the US intelligence assessments about there being an imminent Russian attack. Do you now regret that? And do you think the fact that you didn't act earlier has left the people of Ukraine unprepared?
The response you see today, how we work, how our army works and defends us, is a testament that we're ready for anything. Even though we were preparing in advance, it's important not to let your enemy anticipate your reaction. That's why I really did not like that situation where we put everything at risk and tell the world that we're preparing for war.
The United States has said that it will not enforce a no-fly zone over this country, and it won't put boots on the ground. Do you think it is now time for President Biden and other Western countries to reconsider that and to help you, not just with military aid, but with manpower?
I've already turned to some foreign leaders with this request. I believe that leaders must support democratic states of the world who are keen to defend such principles. The powerful issue of closing the airspace helps us tremendously. This does not mean dragging NATO into this war. We spoke many times with President Biden, and I'm thankful for him for these opportunities and support, but they also did not hear me. I've been telling them that Ukraine will fight hardest of all. You will see. But us alone against Russia, we would not be able to do it.
Your army has enjoyed some significant battlefield victories in the past week. I myself have been to see some of the Russian armored columns that have been totally hammered and destroyed by the weapons and the men that you've got fighting the Russian advance. Are you now concerned, though, that the Kremlin will double down on its military operations and hit Ukraine even harder?
Firstly, why are we winning, or why are we defending ourselves? Because this is our home. Yes, Russia will double up, but take a look at them. Why our men are stronger, more powerful and successful? Because, as I said, we have what we need to protect. And they do not even understand our state. They do not know these streets. They do not know our people, do not understand our philosophy, our aspirations, what type of people we are. They don't know anything here. They were just sent here to fight and to die.
You sent your delegation to meet the Russians for talks. Yeah. Did anything substantial come out of that? Is there any hope as the world watches for diplomacy?
They decided to begin to speak about this situation. And I really wanted, and I asked them, so you have to speak, first of all, everybody has to stop fighting, and to go to that point from where it was beginning. Yes, it began 6 days ago. Yes. I think there are principal things you can do it, and that is very important moment. If you'll do this, and if those side is ready, it means that they are ready for the peace. If they don't ready, it means that you're just, wasting time.
And do you think you're wasting your time, or do you think they're ready?
We'll see.
Well, Jake, we will see indeed, because it's been reported from Russia that there are more talks scheduled for tomorrow between Ukraine and Russia to see if there's a diplomatic solution that can be found to this. Ukrainian officials that I've spoken to, though, say the bombing campaign is so intense that everything might change.
Matthew, it's tough to envision any sort of diplomatic off-ramp for Putin. He has decided to go in and invade a country and kill civilians unprovoked just because he thinks that country should be part of Russia. Does President Zelensky see any diplomatic off-ramp at all?
At this stage, no. I mean, he played down the possibility there was going to be a diplomatic outcome. Not even the possibility of a ceasefire, he said, until he saw that, until he stopped the actual fighting. He saw the actual fighting stopping. As you said, he didn't think that the other side, the Russians, were serious about this. I mean, look, the Russians may be playing for time. They may be engaging in these negotiations so that they can rethink their plan, rethink their tactics, which clearly aren't going very well, and perhaps gather more forces. On the other hand, Vladimir Putin and the Russians, they have been blooded. I mean, there have been significant amounts of Russian forces that have been destroyed in their attempt to take this country and to take its population centres. And so, I don't want us to rule out. We should hope that there is still a possibility that there will be some kind of climb down. But I mean, the truth is, the record when it comes to the Kremlin and Vladimir Putin, it doesn't give you much room for optimism.
And President Zelensky, I don't mean this in a critical way, but he was unshaven. He looked exhausted. Did you get any sense of how he's holding up, not just physically but mentally?
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, he's obviously under a massive amount of pressure.
Right.
I mean, this is a hunted man. He believes he's hunted. He believes he's the #1 target of the Russians, and that his family are the #2 target. That's what he says. But yeah, I mean, he's hiding from, moving from bunker to bunker. This was just one of the locations where we met him that he spends time. And yes, he was wearing military fatigues. He was unshaven. He looked very pale. He had red eyes. He spoke very emotionally about his family. He was asked, at one point, when was the last time you saw your family? And he said, I haven't seen them since before this war. And then he corrected himself and said, actually, it was 3 days ago.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all very, very much. Thank you. Please. Thank you so much. Madam Speaker, Madam Vice President, our First Lady and Second Gentleman, members of Congress and the Cabinet, Justices of the Supreme Court, my fellow Americans. Last year, COVID-19 kept us apart. This year, we're finally together again. Tonight, we meet as Democrats, Republicans, and Independents, but most importantly, as Americans, with the duty to one another, to America, to the American people, to the Constitution, and an unwavering resolve that freedom will always triumph over tyranny. Thank you. 6 days ago, Russia's Vladimir Putin sought to shake the very foundations of the free world, thinking he could make it bend to his menacing ways. But he badly miscalculated. He thought he could roll into Ukraine and the world would roll over. Instead, he met with a wall of strength he never anticipated or imagined. He met the Ukrainian people. And President Zelensky, to every Ukrainian, their fearlessness, their courage, their determination literally inspires the world. Groups of citizens blocking tanks with their bodies, everyone from students to retirees to teachers, turned soldiers defending their homeland. And in this struggle, President Zelensky said in his speech to the European Parliament, "Light will win over darkness." The Ukrainian ambassador to the United States is here tonight, sitting with the First Lady. Let each of us, if you're able to stand and send an unmistakable signal to the world of Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She's bright, she's strong, and she's resolved. Yes, we, the United States of America, stand with the Ukrainian people. Throughout our history, we've learned this lesson. When dictators do not pay a price for their aggression, they cause more chaos. They keep moving, and the cost, the threats to America and America to the world keeps rising. That's why the NATO alliance was created, to secure peace and stability in Europe after World War II. The United States is a member, along with 29 other nations. It matters. American diplomacy matters. American resolve matters. Putin's latest attack on Ukraine was premeditated and totally unprovoked. He rejected repeated efforts at diplomacy. He thought the West and NATO wouldn't respond. He thought he could divide us at home, in this chamber, in this nation. He thought he could divide us in Europe as well. But Putin was wrong. We are ready. We are united, and that's what we did. We stayed united. We prepared extensively and carefully. We spent months building coalitions of other freedom-loving nations in Europe and the Americas, from America to the Asian and African continents, to confront Putin. Like many of you, I spent countless hours unifying our European allies. We shared with the world in advance what we knew Putin was planning and precisely how we would try to falsify and justify his aggression. We countered Russia's lies with the truth. And now that he's acted, the free world is holding him accountable, along with 27 members of the European Union, including France, Germany, Italy, as well as countries like the United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand, and many others. Even Switzerland are inflicting pain on Russia and supporting the people of Ukraine. Putin is now isolated from the world more than he has ever been. Together, along with our allies, we are right now enforcing powerful economic sanctions. We're cutting off Russia's largest banks from the international financial system, preventing Russia's central bank from defending the Russian ruble, making Putin's $630 billion war fund worthless. We're choking Russia's access. We're choking Russia's access to technology that will sap its economic strength and weaken its military for years to come. Tonight, I say to the Russian oligarchs and the corrupt leaders who bilked billions of dollars off this violent regime, no more. The United States, I mean it. The United States Department of Justice is assembling a dedicated task force to go after the crimes of the Russian oligarchs. We're joining with European allies to find and seize their yachts, their luxury apartments, their private jets. We're coming for your ill-begotten gains. And tonight, I'm announcing that we will join our allies in closing off American airspace to all Russian flights, further isolating Russia and adding additional squeeze on their economy. He has no idea what's coming. The ruble has already lost 30% of its value. The Russian stock market has lost 40% of its value, and trading remains suspended. The Russian economy is reeling, and Putin alone is the one to blame. Together with our allies, we're providing support to the Ukrainians in their fight for freedom. Military assistance, economic assistance, humanitarian assistance. We're giving more than $1 billion of direct assistance to Ukraine, and will continue to aid the Ukrainian people as they defend their country and help ease their suffering. But let me be clear, our forces are not engaged and will not engage in the conflict with Russian forces in Ukraine. Our forces are not going to Europe to fight Ukraine, but to defend our NATO allies in the event that Putin decides to keep moving west. For that purpose, we have mobilized American ground forces, air squadrons, ship deployments to protect NATO countries including Poland, Romania, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. And as I've made crystal clear, the United States and our allies will defend every inch of territory that is NATO territory with the full force of our collective power. Every single inch. And we're clear-eyed. The Ukrainians are fighting back with pure courage. But the next few days, weeks, and months will be hard on them. Putin has unleashed violence and chaos, but while he may make gains on the battlefield, he'll pay a continuing high price over the long run. And a pound of Ukrainian people, the proud, proud people, pound for pound, ready to fight with every inch of energy they have. They've known 30 years of independence, have repeatedly shown that they will not tolerate anyone who tries to take their country backwards. To all Americans, I'll be honest with you, as I always promised I would be. A Russian dictator invading a foreign country has cost around the world. And I'm taking robust action to make sure the pain of our sanctions is targeted at the Russian economy, and that we use every tool at our disposal to protect American businesses and consumers. Tonight, I can announce the United States has worked with 30 other countries to release 60 million barrels of oil from reserves around the world. America will lead that effort, releasing 30 million barrels of our own strategic petroleum reserve. And we stand ready to do more if necessary, united with our allies. These steps will help blunt gas prices here at home, but I know news about what's happening can seem alarming to all Americans. But I want you to know, we're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. When the history of this era is written, Putin's war in Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger. While it shouldn't have taken something so terrible for people around the world to see what's at stake, now everyone sees it clearly. We see the unity among leaders of nations, a more unified Europe, a more unified West. We see unity among the people who are gathering in cities and large crowds around the world, even in Russia, to demonstrate their support for the people of Ukraine. In the battle between democracy and autocracies, Democracies are rising to the moment, and the world is clearly choosing the side of peace and security. This is the real test, and it's going to take time. So let us continue to draw inspiration from the iron will of the Ukrainian people. To our fellow Ukrainian Americans who forged the deep bond that connects our two nations, we stand with you. We stand with you. Putin may circle Kyiv with tanks, but he'll never gain the hearts and souls of the Iranian people. He'll never extinguish their love of freedom, and he will never, never weaken the resolve of the free world. We meet tonight in an America that has lived through two of the hardest years this nation has ever faced. The pandemic has been punishing, and so many families are living paycheck to paycheck, struggling to keep up with the rising cost of food, gas, housing, and so much more. I understand, like many of you did. My dad had to leave his home in Scranton, Pennsylvania to find work. So like many of you, I grew up in a family when the price of food went up, it was felt throughout the family. It had an impact. That's when one of the first things I did as president was fight to pass the American Rescue Plan. Because people were hurting. We needed to act, and we did. Few pieces of legislation have done more at a critical moment in our history to lift us out of a crisis. It fueled our efforts to vaccinate the nation and combat COVID-19, delivered immediate economic relief to tens of millions of Americans. It helped put food on the table. Remember those long lines of cars waiting for hours just to get a box of food put in their trunk? It cut the cost of health care insurance. And as my dad used to say, it gave the people just a little bit of breathing room. Unlike the $2 trillion tax cut passed in the previous administration that benefited the top 1% of Americans, the American Rescue Plan helped working people and left no one behind. Folks, struggling to keep up with the rising cost of food, gas, housing, and so much more. I understand, like many of you did. My dad had to leave. His home in Scranton, Pennsylvania, to find work. So like many of you, I grew up in a family when the price of food went up, it was felt throughout the family. It had an impact. That's when one of the first things I did as president was fight to pass the American Rescue Plan. Because people were hurting. We needed to act, and we did. Few pieces of legislation have done more at a critical moment in our history to lift us out of a crisis. It fueled our efforts to vaccinate the nation and combat COVID-19, delivered immediate economic relief to tens of millions of Americans. It helped put food on the table. Remember those long lines of cars waiting for hours just to get a box of food put in their trunk. It cut the cost of health care insurance. And as my dad used to say, it gave the people just a little bit of breathing room. Unlike the $2 trillion tax cut passed in the previous administration, that benefited the top 1% of Americans. The American Rescue Plan helped working people and left no one behind. Folks, and it worked. It worked. It worked. We created jobs, lots of jobs. In fact, our economy created over 6.5 million new jobs just last year. More jobs in 1 year than ever before in the history of the United States of America. The economy grew at a rate of 5.7 last year, the strongest growth rate in 40 years. And the first step in bringing fundamental change to our economy that hasn't worked for working people in this nation for too long. For the past 40 years, we were told that tax break for those at the top and benefits would trickle down and everyone would benefit. But that trickle-down theory led to a weaker economic growth, lower wages, bigger deficits, and a widening gap between the top and everyone else in nearly a century. Look, Vice President Harris and I ran for office, and I realize we have fundamental disagreements on this, but ran for office with a new economic vision for America. Invest in America, educate Americans, grow the workforce, build the economy from the bottom up and the middle out, not from the top down, because we know when the middle class grows, the poor have a way up and the wealthy do very well. America used to have the best roads, bridges, and airports on earth, and now our infrastructure is ranked 13th in the world. We won't be able to compete for the jobs of the 21st century if we don't fix it. That's why it was so important to pass the bipartisan infrastructure law. And I thank my Republican friends who joined to invest and rebuild America, the single biggest investment in history. It was a bipartisan effort, and I want to thank the members of both parties who worked to make it happen. We're done talking about infrastructure weeks. We're now talking about an infrastructure decade. And look, it's going to transform America, to put us on a path to win the economic competition of the 21st century that we face with the rest of the world, particularly China. I've told Xi Jinping it's never been a good bet to bet against the American people. We'll create good jobs for millions of Americans, modernizing roads, airports, ports, waterways, all across America. And we'll do it to withstand the devastating effects of climate change and promote environmental justice. We'll build a national network of 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations. Begin to replace the poisonous lead pipes so every child, every American has clean water to drink at home and at school. We're going to provide affordable, high-speed internet for every American, rural, suburban, urban, and tribal communities. 4,000 projects have already been announced. Many of you have announced them in your districts. And tonight, I'm announcing that this year, we will start fixing over 65,000 miles of highway and 1,500 bridges in disrepair. And folks, when we use taxpayers' dollars to rebuild America, we're going to do it by buying America. Buy American products. Support American jobs. The federal government spends about $600 billion a year to keep this country safe and secure. There's been a law on the books for almost a century to make sure taxpayers' dollars support American jobs and businesses. Every administration, Democrat and Republican, says they'll do it, but we're actually doing it. We'll buy America to make sure everything from the deck of an aircraft carrier to the steel on highway guardrails is made in America from beginning to end. All of it. All of it. But folks, to compete for the jobs of the future, we also need a level playing field with China and other competitors. That's why it's so important to pass the Bipartisan Innovation Act sitting in Congress that will make record investments in emerging technologies and American manufacturing. We used to invest almost 2% of our GDP in research and development. We don't now. China is. Let me give you one example why it's so important to pass. If you travel 20 miles east of Columbus, Ohio, you'll find 1,000 empty acres of land. It won't look like much, but if you stop and look closely, you'll see a field of dreams, the ground on which America's future will be built. That's where Intel, the American company that helped build Silicon Valley, is going to build a $20 billion semiconductor megasite, up to 8 state-of-the-art factories in one place, 10,000 new jobs. And in those factories, the average job about $135,000 a year. Some of the most sophisticated manufacturing in the world to make computer chips the size of a fingertip that power the world in everyday lives. From smartphones, technology, the internet, technology that's yet to be invented. But that's just the beginning. Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger, who is here tonight. I don't know where Pat is. Pat, there you go. Pat, stand up. Pat came to see me, and he told me they're ready to increase their investment from $20 billion to $100 billion. That would be the biggest investment in manufacturing in American history. And all they're waiting for is for you to pass this bill. So let's not wait any longer. Send it to my desk. I'll sign it. and will really take off in a big way. And folks, Intel is not alone. There's something happening in America. Just look around and you'll see an amazing story. The rebirth of...
I've teamed up with RoboForm, who
the world has ever known for a while. And thanks to the progress and pay. Last year, $1 a year on their health premiums. The revitalization of American manufacturing. And I realize we have fundamental disagreements on this, but ran for office with a new economic vision for America. The federal government spends about $600 billion a year to keep this country safe and secure. There's been a law on the books for almost a century to make sure taxpayers' dollars support American jobs and businesses. Every administration, Democrat and Republican, says they'll do it, but we're actually doing it. We'll buy America to make sure everything from the deck of an aircraft carrier to the steel on highway guardrails is made in America from beginning to end. All of it. All of it. But folks, to compete for the jobs of the future, we also need a level playing field with China and other competitors. That's why it's so important to pass the Bipartisan Innovation Act sitting in Congress that will make record investments in emerging technologies and American manufacturing. We used to invest almost 2% of our GDP in research and development. We don't now. China is. Let me give you one example why it's so important to pass. If you travel 20 miles east of Columbus, Ohio, you'll find 1,000 empty acres of land. It won't look like much, but if you stop and look closely, you'll see a field of dreams, the ground on which America's future will be built. That's where Intel, the American company that helped build Silicon Valley, is going to build a $20 billion semiconductor megasite, up to 8 state-of-the-art factories in one place, 10,000 new jobs. And in those factories, the average job about $135,000 a year. Some of the most sophisticated manufacturing in the world to make computer chips the size of a fingertip, that power the world in everyday lives, from smartphones, technology, the internet, technology is yet to be invented. But that's just the beginning. America's future will be built. That's where Intel, the American company that helped build Silicon Valley, is going to build a $20 billion semiconductor megasite, up to 8 state-of-the-art factories in one place, 10,000 new jobs. And in those factories, the average job about $135,000 a year. Some of the most sophisticated manufacturing in the world to make computer chips the size of a fingertip, that power the world in everyday lives, from smartphones, technology, the internet, technology is yet to be invented. But that's just the beginning. Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger, who was here tonight, I don't know where Pat is. Pat, there you go, Pat, stand up. Pat came to see me, and he told me they're ready to increase their investment from $20 billion to $100 billion. That would be the biggest investment in manufacturing in American history. And all they're waiting for is for you to pass this bill. So let's not wait any longer. Send it to my desk, I'll sign it, and we'll really take off in a big way. And folks, Intel is not alone. There's something happening in America. Just look around and you'll see an amazing story. The rebirth of pride that comes from stamping products made in America. The revitalization of American manufacturing. Companies are choosing to build new factories here when just a few years ago they would have gone overseas. That's what's happening. Ford is investing $11 billion in electric vehicles, creating 11,000 jobs across the country. GM is making the largest investment in its history, $7 billion to build electric vehicles, creating 4,000 jobs in Michigan. All told, 369,000 new manufacturing jobs were created in America last year alone. Folks, powered by people I've met like JoJo Burgess from generations of union steelworkers in Pittsburgh, who's here tonight. Where are you, JoJo? There you go. Thanks, buddy. As Ohio Senator Sherrod Brown says, it's time to bury the label Rust Belt. It's time to see what used to be called the Rust Belt become the home of a significant resurgence of manufacturing. And with all the bright spots in our economy, record job growth, higher wages, too many families are struggling to keep up with their bills. Inflation is robbing them of gains they thought otherwise they would be able to feel. I get it. That's why my top priority is getting prices under control. Look, our economy roared back faster than almost anyone predicted. But the pandemic meant that businesses had a hard time hiring enough people because of the pandemic to keep up production in their factories. So you didn't have people making those beams that went into buildings because they were out. The factory was closed. The panic also disrupted the global supply chain. Factories close. When that happens, it takes longer to make goods and get them to the warehouses, to the stores, and prices go up. Look at cars last year. 1/3 of all the inflation was because of automobile sales. There weren't enough semiconductors to make all the cars that people wanted to buy. And guess what? Prices of automobiles went way up, especially used vehicles as well. And so we have a choice. One way to fight inflation is to drive down wages and make Americans poorer. I think I have a better idea to fight inflation. Lower your costs, not your wages. And folks, that means make more cars and semiconductors in America, more infrastructure and innovation in America, more goods moving faster and cheaper in America, more jobs where you can earn a good living in America. Instead of relying on foreign supply chains, let's make it in America. Look, economists call this increasing the productive capacity of our economy. I call it building a better America. My plan to fight inflation will lower your costs and lower the deficit. 17 Nobel laureates in economics said my plan will ease long-term inflationary pressures. Top business leaders, and I believe most Americans support the plan. And here's the plan. First, cut the cost of prescription drugs. We pay more for the same drug produced by the same company in America than any other country in the world. Just look at insulin. 1 in 10 Americans has diabetes. In Virginia, I met a 13-year-old boy, the handsome young man standing up there, Joshua Davis. He and his dad both have type 1 diabetes, which means they need insulin every single day. Insulin costs about $10 a vial to make. That's what it costs the pharmaceutical company. But drug companies charge families like Joshua and his dad up to 30 times that amount. I spoke with Joshua's mom. Imagine what it's like to look at your child who needs insulin to stay healthy and have no idea how in God's name you're going to be able to pay for it. What it does to your family, but what it does to your dignity, your ability to look your child in the eye. be the parent you expect yourself to be. I really mean to think about that. That's what I think about. You know, yesterday, Joshua's here tonight, but yesterday was his birthday. Happy birthday, buddy, by the way. For Joshua and 200,000 other young people with type 1 diabetes, let's cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month so everyone can afford it. And drug companies will do very, very well, their profit margin. While we're at it, I know we have great disagreements on this floor with this. Let's let Medicare negotiate the price of prescription drugs. They already set the price for VA drugs. Look, the American Rescue Plan is helping millions of families with Affordable Care Act plans to save them $2,400 a year on their health premiums. Let's close the coverage gap and make these savings permanent. And second, let's cut energy costs for families, an average of $500 a year by combating climate change. Let's provide an investment tax credits to weatherize your home and your business, to be energy efficient and get a tax credit for it. Double America's clean energy production in solar, wind, and so much more. Lower the price of electric vehicles, saving another $80 a month that you're not going to have to pay at the pump. Folks, the third thing we can do to change the standard of living for hardworking folks is cut the cost of child care. Cut the cost of child care. Folks, if you live in a major city in America, you pay up to $14,000 a year for child care per child. I was a single dad for 5 years, raising 2 kids. I had a lot of help, though. I had a mom, a dad, a brother, and a sister that really helped. But middle class and working folks shouldn't have to pay more than 7% of their income to care for the young children. My plan would cut the cost of child care in half for most families and help parents, including millions of women who left the workforce during the pandemic because they couldn't afford child care, to be able to get back to work, generating economic growth. But my plan doesn't stop there. It also includes home and long-term care, more affordable housing, pre-K for 3- and 4-year-olds. All these will lower costs to families. And under my plan, nobody, let me say this again, nobody earning less than $400,000 a year will pay an additional penny in new taxes. Not a single penny. I may be wrong, but my guess is if we took a secret ballot in this floor, that we'd all agree that the present tax system ain't fair. We have to fix it. I'm not looking to punish anybody, but let's make corporations and wealthy Americans start paying their fair share. Look, last year,
Tell me why you thought that would be okay.
Last year, and like Chris Coons and Tom Carper,
Why are you speaking to
and
me?
my distinguished congresswoman,
Cats can't speak.
we come from the land of corporate America. There are more corporations incorporated in America than every other state in America combined. And I still won 36 years in a row. The point is, even they understand they should pay just a fair share. Last year, 55 of the Fortune 500 companies earned $40 billion in profit and paid 0 in federal taxes. Now look, it's not fair. That's why I proposed a 15% minimum tax rate for corporations. We've got, and that's why in the G7 and other meetings overseas we're able to put together, I was able to be somewhat helpful, 130 countries agree on a global minimum tax rate. So companies can't get out of paying their taxes at home by shipping jobs and factories overseas. It'll raise billions of dollars. That's why I propose closing loopholes for the very wealthy who who pay a lower tax rate than a teacher and a firefighter. So that's my plan, but we'll go in more detail later. We will grow the economy, lower the cost of families. So what are we waiting for? Let's get this done. We all know we've got to make changes. Folks, and while you're at it, confirm my nominees for the Federal Reserve, which plays a critical role in fighting inflation. My plan will not only lower costs and give families a fair shot, it will lower the deficit. The previous administration not only ballooned the deficit with those tax cuts for the very wealthy and corporations, it undermined the watchdogs, the job of those to keep pandemic relief funds being wasted. Remember we had those debates about whether or not those watchdogs should be able to see every day how much money was being spent, where was it going to the right place? But in my administration, the watchdogs are back. And we're going to go after the criminals who stole billions of relief money meant for small business and millions of Americans. Tonight, I'm announcing that the Justice Department will soon name a chief prosecutor for pandemic fraud. Look, I think we all agree, thank you. By the end of this year, the deficit will be down to less than half of what it was before I took office. The only president ever to cut the deficit by more than $1 trillion in a single year. Lowering your cost also meant demanding more competition. I'm a capitalist, but capitalism without competition is not capitalism. Capitalism without competition is exploitation. It drives up profits. When corporations have to compete, their profits go up and your prices go up when they don't have to compete. Small businesses and family farmers and ranchers, I need not tell some of my Republican friends from those states. Guess what? You got 4 basic meat packing facilities. That's it. You play with them or you don't get to play at all. And you pay a hell of a lot more. A hell of a lot more because there's only 4. See what's happening with ocean carriers and moving goods in and out of America. During the pandemic, about half a dozen or less foreign-owned companies raised prices by as much as 1,000% and made record profits. Tonight, I'm announcing a crackdown on those companies overcharging American businesses and consumers. And folks, and as Wall Street firms take over more nursing homes, quality in those homes has gone down and costs have gone up. That ends on my watch. Medicare is going to set higher standards for nursing homes and make sure your loved ones get the care they deserve and that they inspect and they will look at closely. We're also going to cut costs to keep the economy going strong and giving workers a fair shot, provide more training and apprenticeships, hire them based on skills, not just their degrees. Let's pass the Paycheck Fairness Act and paid leave. Raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour and extend the child tax credit so no one has to raise a family in poverty. Let's increase Pell Grants, increase our historic support for HBCUs, and invest in what Jill, our First Lady who teaches full-time, calls America's best-kept secret, community colleges. Look, let's pass the PRO Act. When a majority of workers want to form a union, they shouldn't be able to be stopped. When we invest in our workers and we build an economy from the bottom up and the middle out together, we can do something we haven't done in a long time, build a better America. For more than 2 years, COVID has impacted every decision in our lives and the life of this nation. And I know you're tired, frustrated, and exhausted. That doesn't even count the close to 1 million people who sit at a dining room table or a kitchen table and look at an empty chair because they lost somebody. But I also know this, because of the progress we've made, because of your resilience, and the tools that we have been provided by this Congress, tonight I can say we're moving forward safely back to more normal routines. We've reached a new moment in the fight against COVID-19, where severe cases are down to a level not seen since July of last year. Just a few days ago, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention issued a new mask guidelines. Under the new guidelines, most Americans and most of the country can now go mask-free. And based on projections, more of the country will reach a point across the next couple of weeks. And thanks to the progress we've made in the past year, COVID-19 no longer need control our lives. I know some are talking about living with COVID-19, but tonight I say that we never will just accept living with COVID-19. We'll continue to combat the virus as we do other diseases. And because this virus mutates and spreads, we have to stay on guard. And here are 4 common sense steps as we move forward safely, in my view. First, stay protected with vaccines and treatments. We know how incredibly effective vaccines are. If you're vaccinated and boosted, you have the highest degree of protection. We'll never give up on vaccinating more Americans. Now, I know parents with kids under 5 are eager to see their vaccines authorized for their children. Scientists are working hard to get that done. We'll be ready with plenty of vaccines if and when they do. We're all ready. We are also ready with antiviral treatments. If you get COVID-19, the Pfizer pill reduces your chances of ending up in the hospital by 90%. I've ordered more pills than anyone in the world has. Pfizer is working overtime to get us 1 million pills this month and more than double that next month. And now we're launching the Test to Treat initiative. So people can get tested at a pharmacy, and if they prove positive, receive the antiviral pills on the spot at no cost. And folks, if you're immunocompromised or have some other vulnerability, we have treatments and free high-quality masks. We're leaving no one behind or ignoring anyone's needs as we move forward. On testing, we've made hundreds of millions of tests available, and you can order them for free to your doorstep. And we've already ordered free tests. If you already ordered free tests tonight, I'm announcing you can order another group of tests. Go to covidtest.gov starting next week, and you can get more tests. Second, we must prepare for new variants. Over the past, we've gotten much better at detecting new variants. If necessary, we'll be able to develop new vaccines within 100 days instead of maybe months or years. And if Congress provides the funds we need, we'll have new stockpiles of tests, masks, pills ready if needed. I can't promise a new variant won't come, but I can promise you we'll do everything within our power to be ready if it does. Third, we can end the shutdown of schools and businesses. We have the tools we need. It's time for America to get back to work and fill our great downtowns again with people. People working from home can feel safe and begin to return to their offices. We're doing that here in the federal government. The vast majority of federal workers will once again work in person. Our schools are open. Let's keep it that way. Our kids need to be in school. With 75% of adult Americans fully vaccinated and hospitalizations down by 77%, most Americans can remove their masks and stay in the classroom and move forward safely. We achieved this because we provided free vaccines, treatments, tests, and masks. Of course, continuing this costs money, so I'll not surprise you. I'll be back to see you all. And I'm going to soon send a request to Congress. The vast majority of Americans have used these tools and may want again. We may need them again, so I expect Congress, and I hope you'll pass that quickly. Fourth, we'll continue vaccinating the world. We've sent 475 million vaccine doses to 112 countries more than any nation on earth. We won't stop. Because you can't build a wall high enough to keep out a vaccine. The vaccine can stop the spread of these diseases. You know, we've lost so much in COVID-19. Time with one another. The worst of all, the loss of life. Let's use this moment to reset. So stop looking at COVID as a partisan dividing line. See it for what it is, a god-awful disease. Let's stop seeing each other as enemies and start seeing each other for who we are, fellow Americans. Look. We can't change how divided we've been. It was a long time in coming. But we can change how to move forward on COVID-19 and other issues that we must face together. I recently visited New York City Police Department days after the funerals of Officer Wilbur Mora and his partner, Officer Jason Rivera. They were responding to a 9/11 call when a man shot and killed them with a stolen gun. Officer Moore was 27 years old. Officer Rivera was 22 years old. Both Dominican Americans who grew up in the same streets that they later chose to patrol as police officers. I spoke with their families, and I told them that we were forever in debt for their sacrifices and will carry on their mission to restore the trust and safety of every community deserves. Like some of you that have been around for a while, I've worked with you on these issues for a long time. I know what works. Investigating crime prevention and community policing, cops who walk the beat, who know the neighborhood, and who can restore trust and safety. Let's not abandon our streets or choose between safety and equal justice. Let's come together and protect our communities, restore trust, and hold law enforcement accountable. That's why the Justice Department has required body cameras, banned chokeholds, and restricted no-knock warrants for its officers. That's why the American Rescue Plan that you all provided $350 billion that cities, states, and counties can use to hire more police, invest in more proven strategies. Proven strategies like community violence interruption, trusted messengers, breaking the cycle of violence and trauma, and giving young people some hope. We should all agree the answer is not to defund the police, it's to fund the police. Fund them. Fund them. Fund them with resources and training. Resources and training they need to protect our communities. I ask Democrats and Republicans alike to pass my budget and keep our neighborhoods safe. And we'll do everything in my power to crack down on gun trafficking, of ghost guns that you can buy online, assemble at home, no serial numbers, can't be traced. I ask Congress to pass proven measures to reduce gun violence. Pass universal background checks. Why should anyone on the terrorist list be able to purchase a weapon? Why? Why? And folks, ban assault weapons with high-capacity magazines that hold up to 100 rounds. You think the deer are wearing Kevlar vests? Look, repeal the liability shield that makes gun manufacturers the only industry in America that can't be sued. The only one. Imagine had we done that with the tobacco manufacturers. These laws don't infringe on the Second Amendment. They save lives. The most fundamental right in America is the right to vote and have it counted. And look, it's under assault. In state after state, new laws have been passed. Not only to suppress the vote, we've been there before, but to subvert the entire election. We can't let this happen. Tonight I call on the Senate to pass Pass the Freedom to Vote Act. Pass the John Lewis Act, Voting Rights Act. And while you're at it, pass the Disclose Act so Americans know who's funding our elections. Look, tonight, I like to honor someone who dedicated his life to serve this country. Justice Breyer, an Army veteran, constitutional scholar, retiring Justice of the United States Supreme Court. Justice Breyer, thank you for your service. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I mean it. Get up, stand up and see you. Thank you. And we all know, no matter what your ideology, we all know one of the most serious constitutional responsibility a president has is nominating someone to serve on the United States Supreme Court. As I did 4 days ago, I've nominated the Circuit Court of Appeals, Ketanji Brown Jackson, one of our nation's top legal minds, who will continue in Justice Breyer's legacy of excellence. A former top litigator in private practice, a former federal public defender, from a family of public school educators and police officers. She's a consensus builder. Since she's been nominated, she's received a broad range of support, including the Fraternal Order of Police and former judges supported by Democrats and Republicans. Folks, if we're to advance liberty and justice, we need to secure our border and fix the immigration system. And as you might guess, I think we can do both. At our border, we've installed new technology like cutting-edge scanners to better detect drug smuggling. We've set up joint patrols with Mexico and Guatemala to catch more human traffickers. We're putting in place dedicated immigration judges, a significant larger number, so families fleeing persecution and violence can have their cases heard faster, and those who don't legitimately hear can be sent back. We're screening, we're securing commitments, and supporting partners in South and Central America to host more refugees and secure their own borders. We can do all this while keeping lit the torch of liberty that has led a generation of immigrants to this land, my forebears and many of yours. Provide a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, those with temporary status, farm workers, essential workers. Revise our laws so businesses have workers they need and families don't wait decades to reunite. It's not only the right thing to do, it's economically smart thing to do. That's why the immigration reform is supported by everyone from labor unions to religious leaders to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Let's get it done once and for all. Folks, advancing liberty and justice also requires protecting the rights of women. The constitutional right affirmed by Roe v. Wade, standing precedent for half a century, is under attack as never before. If you want to go forward, not backwards, we must protect access to health care, preserve a woman's right to choose, and continue to advance maternal health care for all Americans. And folks, for our LGBTQ plus Americans, let's finally get the Bipartisan Equality Act to my desk. The onslaught of state laws targeting transgender Americans and their families, it's simply wrong. And I said last year, especially to our younger transgender Americans, I'll always have your back as your president so you can be yourself and reach your God-given potential. Folks, as I've just demonstrated, while it often appears we do not agree, and that we do agree on a lot more things than we acknowledge. I signed 80 bipartisan bills into law last year, from preventing government shutdowns, to protecting Asian Americans from still too common hate crimes, to reforming military justice, and will soon be strengthening the Violence Against Women Act that I first wrote 3 decades ago. And it's important. It's important for us to show the nation we can come together and do big things. So tonight I'm offering a unity agenda for the nation. 4 big things we can do together, in my view. First, beat the opioid epidemic. There's so much we can do. Increase funding for prevention, treatment, harm reduction, and recovery. Get rid of outdated rules and stop doctors that stop doctors prescribing treatments. Stop the flow of illicit drugs by working with state and local law enforcement to go after the traffickers. And if you're suffering from addiction, you should know you're not alone. I believe in recovery, and I celebrate the 23 million Americans in recovery. Second, let's take on mental health, especially among our children whose lives and education have been turned upside down. The American Rescue Plan gave schools money to hire teachers and help students make up for lost learning. I urge every parent to make sure your school does just that. They have the money. We can all play a part. Sign up to be a tutor or a mentor. Children were also struggling before the pandemic: bullying, violence, trauma, and the harms of social media. As Frances Haugen, who is here tonight with us, has shown, we must hold social media platforms accountable for the national experiment they're conducting on our children for profit. Folks, thank you. Thank you for the courage you showed. It's time to strengthen privacy protections, ban targeted advertising to children, demand tech companies stop collecting personal data on our children, and let's get all Americans the mental health services they need. More people can turn for help, and full parity between physical and mental health care if we treat it that way in our insurance. Look, the third piece of that agenda is support our veterans. Veterans are the backbone and the spine of this country. They're the best of us. I've always believed that we have a sacred obligation to equip those we send to war and care for those in their family when they come home. My administration is providing assistance in job training, housing, and now helping lower-income veterans get VA care debt-free. And our troops in Iraq and Afghanistan have faced many dangers, one being stationed at bases breathing in toxic smoke from burn pits. Many of you have been there. I've been in and out of Iraq and Afghanistan over 40 times. These burn pits that incinerate waste, the waste of war, medical and hazardous material, jet fuel, and so much more. And they come home, many of the world's fittest and best trained warriors in the world. Never the same. Headaches, numbness, dizziness. A cancer that would put them in a flag-draped coffin. I know. One of those. The mental health services they need. More people can turn for help, and full parity between physical and mental health care if we treat it that way in our insurance. Look, the third piece of that agenda is support our veterans. Veterans are the backbone and the spine of this country. They're the best of us. I've always believed that we have a sacred obligation to equip those we send to war and care for those in their family when they come home. My administration is providing assistance in job training, housing, and now helping lower-income veterans get VA care debt-free. And our troops in Iraq faced in Afghanistan have faced many dangers, one being stationed at bases breathing in toxic smoke from burn pits. Many of you have been there. I've been in and out of Iraq and Afghanistan over 40 times. These burn pits that incinerate waste, the waste of war, medical and hazardous material, jet fuel, and so much more. And they come home, many of the world's fittest and best trained warriors in the world. Never the same. Headaches, numbness, dizziness. A cancer that would put them in a flag-draped coffin. I know. One of those soldiers was my son, Major Bo Biden. I don't know for sure if the burn pit that he lived near, that his hooch was near in Iraq and earlier than that in Kosovo, is the cause of his brain cancer, the disease of so many other troops. But I am committed to find out everything we can, committed to military families like Danielle Robinson from Ohio, the widow of Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson. He was born a soldier, Army National Guard, combat medic in Kosovo and Iraq, stationed near Baghdad, just yards from burn pits the size of football fields. Danielle is here with us tonight. They love going to Ohio State football games. And he loved building Legos with their daughter. But cancer from prolonged exposure to burn pits ravaged Heath's lungs and body. Danielle says Heath was a fighter to the very end. He didn't know how to stop fighting, and neither did she. Through her pain, she found purpose to demand that we do better. Tonight, Danielle, we are going to do better. The VA is pioneering new ways of linking toxic exposure to disease, already helping more veterans get benefits. And tonight, I'm announcing we're expanding eligibility to veterans suffering from 9 respiratory cancers. I'm also calling on Congress to pass a law to make sure veterans devastated by toxic exposure in Iraq and Afghanistan finally get the benefits and the comprehensive health care they deserve. And fourth and last, let's end cancer as we know it. This is personal. This is personal to me and to Jill and to Kamala and so many of you. So many of you have lost someone you love. Husband, wife, son, daughter, mom, dad. Cancer is the #2 cause of death in America, second only to heart disease. Last month, I announced the plan to supercharge the cancer moonshot that President Obama asked me to lead 6 years ago. Our goal is to cut cancer death rates by at least 50% over the next 25 years, and I think we can do better than that. Turn cancers from death sentences into treatable diseases. More support for patients and their families. To get there, I call on Congress to fund what I called ARPA-H, Advanced Research Projects Agency for Health, patterned after DARPA in the Defense Department. Projects that led in DARPA to the internet, GPS, and so much more to make our forces more safer and be able to wage war with more clarity. ARPA will have a singular purpose: to drive breakthroughs in cancer, Alzheimer's and diabetes, and more. A unity agenda for the nation. We can do these things. It's within our power, and I don't see a partisan edge to any one of those 4 things. My fellow Americans, tonight, we've gathered in this sacred space, a citadel of democracy, in this Capitol, generation after generation of Americans have debated great questions amid great strife and have done great things. We fought for freedom, expanded liberty, debated totalitarianism and terror. We built the strongest, freest, and most prosperous nation the world has ever known. Now is the hour, our moment of responsibility, our test of resolve and conscience, of history itself. It is in this moment that our character of this generation is formed. Our purpose is found. Our future is forged. Well, I know this nation. We'll meet the test, protect freedom and liberty, expand fairness and opportunity, and we will save democracy. As hard as those times have been, I'm more optimistic about America today than I've been my whole life, because I see the future that's within our grasp, because I know there's simply nothing beyond our capacity. We're the only nation on earth that has always turned every crisis we've faced into an opportunity. The only nation that can be defined by a single word: possibilities. So on this night, on our 245th year as a nation, I've come to report on the state of the nation, the State of the Union. And my report is this: the State of the Union is strong because you, the American people, are strong. We are stronger today. We are stronger today than we were a year ago. And we'll be stronger a year from now than we are today. This is our moment to meet and overcome the challenges of our time. And we will, as one people, one America, the United States of America. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you. Go get him. Strongest of history, strongest, freest, and most prosperous nation the world has ever known. Now is the hour, our moment of responsibility, our test of resolve and conscience, of history itself. It is in this moment that our character of this generation is formed. Our purpose is found. Our future is forged. Well, I know this nation. We'll meet the test, protect freedom and liberty, expand fairness and opportunity, and we will save democracy. As hard as those times have been, I'm more optimistic about America today than I've been my whole life, because I see the future that's within our grasp, because I know there's simply nothing beyond our capacity. We're the only nation on earth that has always turned every crisis we've faced into an opportunity. The only nation that can be defined by a single word: possibilities. So on this night, on our 245th year as a nation, I've come to report on the state of the nation, the State of the Union. And my report is this: the State of the Union is strong because you, the American people, are strong. We are stronger today. We are stronger today than we were a year ago. And we'll be stronger a year from now than we are today. This is our moment to meet and overcome the challenges of our time. And we will, as one people, one America, the United States of America. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you. Go get him. challenges of our time, and we will. I'll tell you what.
Republican governors face the same COVID-19 virus head-on. In the oath of office, the president told us that he was in early 80s. When runaway inflation was hammering families, a violent crime wave was crashing our cities, and the Soviet army was trying to redraw the world map. Even before taking the oath of office, the president told us that he wanted to, quote, make America respected around the world again, and to unite us here at home. He's failed on both fronts. The disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal did more than cost American lives. It betrayed our allies and emboldened our enemies. North Korea is testing missiles again at an alarming rate. The Speaker of the House recently warned our Olympic athletes not to speak out against China. And now Russia has launched an unprovoked, full-scale military invasion of Ukraine, an attack on democracy, freedom, and the rule of law. Now all Americans must stand united in solidarity with the brave people of Ukraine as they courageously defend their country against Putin's tyranny as they fight for their freedom. But we shouldn't ignore what happened in the run-up to Putin's invasion. Waiving sanctions on Russian pipelines while eliminating oil production here at home, focusing on political correctness rather than military readiness, reacting to world events instead of driving them. Weakness on the world stage has a cost, and the president's approach to foreign policy has consistently been too little, too late. It's time for America to once again project confidence. It's time to be decisive. It's time to lead. But we can't project strength abroad if we're weak at home. And that's what I want to discuss with you tonight. The President and Democrats in Congress have spent the last year either ignoring the issues facing Americans or making them worse. They were warned that spending trillions would lead to soaring inflation. They were told that their anti-energy policies would send gas prices to new heights, but they plowed ahead anyway, raising the price at the pump by 50% and pushing inflation to a 40-year high. 4 decades ago, when our nation was last reeling from inflation, I was a young working mom just starting out. My husband Kevin worked days while I watched our girls, and then we would literally switch. We would pass in the yard as he was coming home, and I was leaving to work evenings at the local grocery store. From across that checkout counter, I saw the pain of inflation on my neighbors' faces. I saw what happens when prices rise faster than wages. The Biden administration believes inflation is a, quote, high-class problem. I can tell you, it's an everybody problem. I saw moms and dads' paychecks buy them less and less.
Multiple things in the Titanfall Apex Legends universe are named after developers that worked on the games. David Bocek was the lead weapons designer for 2 years on Apex, who then had the Bocek bow named after him. The Kraber was named after Eric Kraber, who's a senior audio director at Respawn. And in the game lore, the Kraber has been manufactured by Lastimosa Armory, which likely got named after Ryan Lastimosa, who is a leading artist at Respawn as a 3D art director. I think it's really dope that developers get immortalized in the game like this.
In today's exploration of cybersecurity tech news, the battle for Ukraine continues, and so do the operations in cyberspace. In this video, I'll be covering what's happened in the last day or two in cyber and information warfare when it comes to the invasion of Ukraine. Our first topic is interesting. It's being widely reported that Anonymous have hacked into Russian state TV channels and broadcasted Ukrainian songs to the people of Russia. There's a video of a guy flicking through Russian TV channels and they're all playing pro-Ukrainian songs. There's another example where Russian TV was apparently hacked to play videos of what's going on the ground in Ukraine, showing the chaos and destruction to the people of Russia. Now, I was quite surprised when I saw news of this hack. It was widely shared on Reddit, Twitter, TikTok, and on lots of mainstream news sites. However, and I hate to be the party pooper, but all is not as it seems. Now, I obviously want to bring you guys the truth, and given just how many people have been watching my videos on Ukraine the last couple of days, I feel like I have a responsibility to call out fake hacking news when I see it, especially when that news goes viral. And this hack of Russian TV is more than sus. The only evidence of it are the same 2 clips floating around the interwebs. If this did actually happen, you would expect social media to be absolutely spammed with videos. Also, nobody can even say which TV channels specifically were hacked. And there are no instances that I can see of this being reported on by any Russian media. Now, of course, Russian media is heavily regulated. Hell, Russian news sites are effectively banned from even calling what's going on in Ukraine a war. But if you take RT, for example, Putin's propaganda news agency, they have reported on anonymous operations in recent days, and they are not afraid to use news of actual hacks as opportunities, turning them into pro-Putin propaganda somehow. I am going out on a limb here, calling this BS, and I'd be happy to be wrong, because if it is true, that is kind of epic. But I have to keep you guys informed of reality and call out BS when I see it. But regardless of some hacking news being fake, the truth of what really is going on is just as interesting. So let's get to some things that actually happened. Trolls identifying as anonymous have been screwing with Putin's private yacht. If you didn't know, Putin has a super yacht, because of course he does. It looks pretty amazing and it's apparently cost $100 million. But anyway, anonymous hackers have been manipulating the ship automatic identification system. This is a system that allows for tracking and identification of ships at sea. This makes websites like Marine Traffic possible, where you can see live tracking of ships, where they're heading, and some information about them. Well, people have been messing with this system. The destination of Putin's super yacht was changed to anonymous, with an arrival date of April 1st. They then changed the location of the ship to make it look like it had crashed into Ukraine's Snake Island, of course a reference to the now famous attack on Snake Island. They then changed the destination of the ship to hell. Putin's super yacht likely became a target for trolls because it abruptly set sail from Germany to Russia last month, making sure it would be out of the reach of the West in case Western countries decided to impose sanctions on Russia and perhaps try to impound the ship. The methods Anonymous used in this troll are not new. People screwing with this automatic identification system has been a problem for a while now. Next up, you'll remember in my previous video I talked about how Conti, one of the world's most infamous and dangerous ransomware gangs, pledged their full allegiance to Putin, vowing to use their hacking capabilities against the West, only to change their minds shortly after, redacting their support for Putin. When I covered this a few days ago, we didn't know why they took back their support for Putin. However, there have been some rather explosive developments. It turns out that Conti works with Ukrainian affiliates, one of which was not happy with their group's support for Putin, so much so that he created an anonymous Twitter account dedicated to leaking confidential Conti data. The leaks contain over a year's worth of confidential chat logs between various Conti members, and this whole leak is publicly downloadable. In addition to those chat logs, there's internal Conti software, training material, and so on. He's basically dumped everything he can get his hands on to create as much damage to the Conti cybercrime gang as possible. This dump reveals that the Conti cybercrime gang has in the past few years received over 65,000 Bitcoin in ransom payments. At today's price, that's $2.7 billion US. It's absolute insanity. But what effect will these leaks have on Conti? Well, we can only wait and watch. Their dark web blog remains online and they're still operating, leaking data from their victims that refuse to pay their ransom. Next up, the Russian news agency TASS had their website hacked and defaced by Anonymous. They replaced the website with an anti-war message, urging Russians to help stop the war. When translated, it says, 5,300 Russians and Ukrainians have been killed in 4 days, more than the First Chechen War. Now, it's possible this wasn't a hack from an external group, but rather an inside job. As the message reads, "Some of us will be fired or even jailed, but we can't take it anymore." Signing off with, "Indifferent journalists of Russia." To be fair, I think the indifferent bit is just a bad translation. These guys sound anything but indifferent. Now, whilst website defacements are often seen as vanity projects on the part of hacktivists, this case is kinda different. Keep in mind, a lot of Russians, especially the older generation, mainly get their news from state-run media. TASS is a state-run media organization, so perhaps operations like this will sow the seed of doubt in the minds of the Russian people. So this is what's been going on the last couple of days. There's a lot I haven't covered in this video, so make sure to hit the bell icon and turn notifications on so you're notified as soon as my next update on the Ukrainian war goes live. This video was made possible by Plextrack, the cybersecurity reporting and workflow management platform that empowers continuous assessment and effective collaboration between teams to ensure you win the right security battles. Create assessment reports in half the time and collaborate throughout the remediation lifecycle. Centralize your remediation efforts across all scans, assessments, and audits with powerful risk visualizations, scanner
This is the shocking moment when a projectile hit a television tower in Kyiv and left it engulfed in flames. The attack by Russian forces reportedly killed 5 people.
We don't limbo. I've got a back thing. But we do offer free cancellation. You can go. Book with free cancellation for peace of mind. Booking.com. Booking.yeah.
Don't try this at home. This is a 2-part explosive called tannerite. The white powder here is mostly ammonium nitrate, and then this is aluminum powder. And when you mix them together and shoot them, it explodes. Okay, 2 pounds of tannerite in the microwave. That's where we need to hit. So it didn't explode. That means the shockwave of a bullet is much higher than this pressure and also generates higher temperature to start the explosion.
So this is a pretty cool spot in Kings Canyon. If you weren't aware, there's actually a little secret spot next to Hydro Dam and swamps. If you land here and find these 3 banners overlooking a hole, you can actually go in here and there's 2 chests and some floor loot which you can loot. As we walk through here, you can pretty clearly see it's a really good cave, and you definitely should consider dropping here or at least hiding here near an endgame, because there's a lot of endgames near swamps. But anyway, remember to subscribe.
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and frankly, oh boy, humanity disgusts me. You might be like, but Muda, what happened today? Well, social media is what happened. And you might be like, okay, which one is it? Frankly, all of them. TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, DeviantArt, you know, whatever you want to call Omegle at this point. Scams are rife on social media, okay? And I've covered a lot of them on my time here on YouTube, okay? I've covered stuff where people are playing Cash App stuff. I've covered mobile gaming nonsense scams, and I have a video about that coming out soon because something really tilted me. And I've also covered, you know, when influencers try to rug pull their fans too, and then a month later when you catch them, they're like, I didn't mean to. No. But nothing is more disgusting than when a international tragedy happens. And there's always somebody out there wondering, ooh boy, how can I get my money this time? Now to understand, there's a bit of a problem going on in EU between Russia and Ukraine. Well, frankly, the entire world is involved. And I'm only fleetingly touching it because I'm not an expert on the subject and I'm not really going to talk about it. But what I do want to talk about is countering some scams that are taking place using it as a subject. You might be like, Muda, who would do that? Ho ho ho, you'd be surprised. Now to understand, our first trip begins on Twitter, okay? Now this is a official verified account from Ukraine right now. You can tell that because they got a check mark. No, they haven't been making dumb takes. This is a state account from the country itself. Now here they said, stand with the people, now accepting cryptocurrency donations. So cryptocurrency has a good use case. Everyone from around the world, no matter what, can send them crypto to assist them. Now you see this, you see the string of numbers? That's a Bitcoin wallet address, okay? So if you take 357, A3, SO9, CBS, NFBBG, FYACG, VXX, S6T, MA, DOA, 1P, I'm only doing this for the people that are visually impaired. You can take that string of characters, drop it into Blockchain Explorer, or any Blockchain Explorer, and you can find that it's been interacted 7,962 times. What a dirty, dirty vixen. Of course, if you look at how much money has been received, they've gotten $8 million worth of Bitcoin, okay? Currently, they're storing $1.5 million in this wallet. Blockchain has tagged this as the official donation address, meaning that if you're going to donate to assist the Ukrainian people, this is the Bitcoin address to do it on. So what have people done on the internet? Well, there have been a couple live streams that I've been noticing on the old tubes. So for instance, these channels have suddenly started coming out of nowhere. Ukraine needs your support, needs your support. And of course, if you look, 812 people are watching, 617, 759. You might be like, whoa, it might just be a country YouTube channel, Muda. You're looking too into it. Well, let's go down the rabbit hole, shall we? See, if you actually watch the videos, you see they started streaming 13 hours ago. If you actually go to their page, you can see that in their About section, yes, this is the official YouTube account. Nice pics, hashtag beautiful, our music, Uki Beats. There's no God on this side of the internet. Now, of course, if you look at their stats, they were founded this month, literally a few days ago, in 2022. What a shocker. And if you think this is the only account, oh, we've got plenty more, baby. See, if you look in the URL section of your web browser, you might be able to tell, whoa, Muda, the URLs are different. Yes, because they're two different goddamn channels, both made in the same day, both running different live streams. Now, if you clear on any single one of these live streams, you'll notice that, whoa, it looks kind of legit. To an average person, they might be like, hey, they need our support. Oh, you got Zelensky sitting over there? Yeah, that's a looped video. And then they've got QR codes for the Bitcoin address and the Ethereum address. Now, if you look very closely, you'll see that this Bitcoin address is a little different than the official one. And thank God, this scumbag scammer has not received a single dime. Now, the only reason I'm mentioning this is one live stream out of many. And frankly, God bless YouTube for taking these down. YouTube finds them, and they basically kill them like little lice at this point, okay? Of course, if you look at some other pages, like this is one that I dug out, 1PQVKSNU, the problem is sometimes the scam works. For instance, this account received $872, okay, which they promptly then siphoned out. So it may not seem like a lot of money, but for somebody who basically scratched their rectum and made a quick account, they made like $900 pretty quick off of some individuals that unfortunately fell for a scam. They gave almost $900 collectively to a scam scumbag piece of shit. Okay, that's who they gave it to, all right? That's what it is. There's no better way to put it, okay? There's no, like, lighter term to make it, okay? You're not watching Dora the Explorer. You're watching Some Ordinary Gamers, okay? Frankly, this is the best way that I can put the disgusting stuff that human beings get up to. Now, if you think that's the only escalation we have, you're only like 5 minutes into the video, okay? No, it gets even worse. See, YouTube is frankly taking down a lot of these channels, and these channels look to be the same type of channels that are like the crypto channels, the SpaceX, the Elon Musk, the Bill Gates channels. Basically, when like a big channel gets hacked, sometimes they'll delete every single thing they have, and they'll replace it with streams of like TED Talks of crypto and whatever nonsense. And this is the same type of scammers who have done this script, only now they're capitalizing off of a serious event. Now, of course, TikTok is the hive of true degeneracy. And nothing hurts me more than watching people scam on this. For instance, this user over here, who I'm not going to be naming them because frankly I don't want to drive traffic to any of these people, but if you look real quickly, this is one clip that's playing around. Now here they're shaking the camera like, whoa, you won't believe what's going on. Oh no, better run away. If you look outside, as they're shaking their camera, these cars are driving pretty normally. Whatever's happening in the building is not reflective of what's happening outside in the area. Now, if you look really closely, there's the user right over here, okay? But in some cases, if you look very closely, the original sound comes from a different user, okay? So if you click on the original different user, that's actually gone. You can't listen to the audio anymore. That's because the scammers on TikTok have found out that if you want to run the grift right, you basically have to replace audio from a serious like war event onto the audio that you have. So they're literally shaking video, replacing it with audio from another event, and passing it off like it actually is real. That's the level that we're getting to. That's how bad humanity is. Why? For that sweet, sweet internet clout, okay? Why? But nothing is more egregious than channels that are literally live streaming themselves, apparently, allegedly, in the middle of a war zone, and they're asking for them donations. For instance, this one was captured with around 4,300 people watching. And if you listen closely, all right, this sounds pretty scary to the average person. A little sus, if you will. Sussy-wussy. You got the air raid. People in the chat are still saying scam. Yeah, they're just chilling around. They've played a different piece of audio on here, and that's pretty much how it goes. Now, one thing to understand is they're getting roses. And of course, you can see the cars are just driving, it seems, regularly, so nothing seems out there. Of course, they've got 757 like roses. Now, again, remember, okay, this is, out of all the shit that we have seen on the internet, nothing is more egregiously terrible than people who are faking, all right? Them being in a war zone, all right, for a little bit of clout, and also to get that sweet, sweet, juicy donation money, the roses. So, disgusting. Now, I looked at this article where they talk about where the roses on TikTok Live. So, roses are a new form of revenue stream for influencers called gifts. Gifts are awarded to streamers by viewers if they like the creator's content. So then, you can actually take these gifts, convert them to diamonds in a form of in-app currency, then you can redeem for real-world currency. TikTok Diamond is worth 5 cents, and then 100 will give you $50. Again, I just want to look at TikTok Diamonds, just so I can sort of see what's going on. TikTok awards diamonds to creators based on the popularity of your video. Again, I don't really monetize my stuff on TikTok, nor do I really upload, so I have no idea about the validity of this. It seems very legitimate, but again, you can see that people are getting some cash out of, again, faking themselves being in a zone like this. You might be like, but Muda, how do you know that's fake? So I looked up this guy's name, and I looked at it right over here on this actual channel. Now, they've got a few uploads going on, and if you look at some of these uploads, for instance, one of them is titled, Help Me. So listen very closely to this one. So you can hear that they're going like, I've seen more convincing sound effects in Metal Gear Solid 4 Act 1. But of course, if you think, oh, Muda, you're being very questionable, listen closely to the other repertoire of content. You know, for a lot of like coughing and gunfire, the car seemed to be driving by just fine normally. So again, hey, let's look even closer. I swear to God, it sounds so close to any Battle Royale game you can download for free and just capture audio off of. These are all different videos with the same goddamn sound effect. Now again, TikTok has that great feature that I just told you about that helps you suss this bullshit out. For instance, the original sound, let's click on the original sound over here. It actually loads up, this video is the original, and then other channels are taking this sound and just sticking it on there. Like, dude, it's so easy to suss out what's going on. I can tolerate a lot of dirty scams, okay? I can sort of laugh at some of them because, frankly, sometimes you have to be really stupid to fall for something. But when you got people over here ripping on the emotional heartstrings and people actually taking resources away from those who are actually affected by war, it boils my goddamn blood. And this isn't the only grift running around. If you can imagine, there are people that are literally using footage from video games. So imagine, for instance, for example, if I just uploaded this clip from Modern Warfare 2 on TikTok and said, whoa, crazy invasion happening, TikTok would still be okay with it. The channels I just showed you, like, TikTok has not removed that content. They haven't even bothered to jump into it. They might be talking about it now that they're in the news, but these things are up as I've been recording this video, and they've been up for a fair bit. So again, if I took Modern Warfare 2 footage and said, whoa, crazy invasion, uploaded that onto TikTok, dude, that shit might just, that might even go viral. That might freak out all the grandmas who are actually using this godforsaken application. So yeah, this is something that I wanted to cover. It's one of the most disgusting, I wouldn't even say it's a trend. It's a scumbag scam run by absolute deplorable scumbags who are trying to profit off of an incredibly serious situation right now. Look, I'm not trying to moral hard right now, but frankly, this is the kind of shit. Look, I know humanity is disgusting in a lot of cases, but it's also beautiful. People come together in times like this, but you're always going to have those little nuggets of shit that are doing stuff like this. And frankly, calling them out on their egregious behavior is something that I think is completely okay. It's completely fine. Does it infuriate me? Yes. But do I want to raise awareness? The more people that I can possibly help divert from accidentally donating to scumbags like this and actually donating to addresses and actual verified charities is more important. If you want to help the Ukrainians out, I'm going to try to find some links. I'm going to ask some friends around who are actually in the donation sphere. If anything, the Bitcoin address that I showed you at the very beginning of the video is a verified address from the government itself. Find a verified channel and donate that way. Do not accidentally give money to these scumbags, because frankly, your money is valued hard to people that currently need it really hard. And if you're a scumbag scammer like this, I hope you have a good waterfront property in hell, bro. That's all I'm gonna say. This being said, this is me, Mudahar, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I need to play some Elden Ring to calm down.
I'm Anderson Cooper. And I'm Anderson Cooper Plus, and we have a new show on CNN.
Hello, guys.
you, man. Well done. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you. Go get him.
It's a staple food for people all over the world. Smothered in butter and jelly, or dipped in gravy, it's a delicious treat that's hard to resist. And we're willing to bet you can't resist the opportunity to find out what goes into the making of your daily bread. Multigrain bread is made from several ingredients, such as flaxseed, buckwheat, soy, and multigrain bread. This protective grill prevents any ingredients from crawling back up the container to escape their fate. The recipe calls for a half a ton of flour, which is locked inside with the other mix-ins, forcing them to become friends as bread or die as a burned pile. We begin by finding the best carb coffin that we can for our bread. These giant troughs are the perfect place for the dough to rise, and to pay respect to the loaves that have fallen before us. The dough rising normally takes hours, but thanks to television magic, only takes seconds. I wish I could have done the same thing with my divorce proceedings. This huge mixer needs the dough just like I need a better divorce lawyer. When the dough finally gets super goopy, an officially mustached man scoops the dough into a large tub. The dough is afraid of heights and urinates on itself just a little bit as it's dumped onto a slide. Then it's on to the batter bitch slapper. Two bitch slapping arms form two lines of dough while simultaneously teaching the dough its place. The dough pieces are then rolled into balls, the familiar shape of bread. Everyone loves to use the common phrase, "Hey, pass me a ball of bread, why don't ya?" The dough balls are sprinkled with powdered anime to infuse them with optimism before they're whipped by a drawbridge stolen from the legends of the Hidden Temple. Then the bread is flattened into pancakes because our editor screwed up with our footage again. The dough is then rolled to teach it a valuable skill in case an enemy sniper opens fire. The dough is rolled to the perfect size to fit into these molds that are shaped to the exact size of exactly rolled out dough. Here we see them making bread for kids' meals. These smaller portions of carbs will be shipped out to fast food restaurants around the country for use in their kids' meals. If a loose nut or bolt lands in the batch, it will ship with toy included. These machines were originally created for a German metal band's music video from the mid-2000s. Meanwhile, these hot dog rolls are being spanked. It's not that they were naughty, they just paid extra for this. The hot dog pieces must not touch one another, so Wolverine from the X-Men helps in separating them. Well, that was weird. Back to the multi-grain bread. Somehow, perhaps through magic, the dough rises to fill the entire mold. Then the dough is baked at 420 degrees for about weed joke minutes. A vacuum system gives the loaves a good sucking, and then they're placed into a large conveyor where they're sucked off. Bread traffic is then directed across the bread highway, which has notoriously awful traffic because of all the bread tourists and loaves of bread driving like they're the most important loaf of bread on the road. Then it's on to the slicer, which is the best thing since... I feel like I had a good analogy for this. It's the best thing since... It's the best thing since bread that you don't need to slice yourself. Yeah, something like that, yeah. Sliced loaves are now packaged and ready to hit store shelves. Just in time for you to go to the store and realize they've already sold out of that specific kind of bread you like.
I'm Anderson Cooper. And I'm Anderson Cooper Plus, and we have a new show on CNN Plus that's a little more relaxed, so we don't have to wear that blue tie all the time.
I like this tie.
I know. Makes our eyes pop.
perhaps you'll like some of my others. Check them out at thekingofrandom.com. Project, perhaps you'll like some of my other 100 feet in the air and completely covered the backyard, making an exciting candy hunt for my kids and a hit novelty at the birthday party. Well, I'll call that an epic success. If you like this project, perhaps you'll like some of my others. Check them out at thekingofrandom.com. Again. Now I can add the 1 1/4 inch by 4 inch pipe body to the base and it to look amazing, so I'll clean off the UPC stickers with some adhesive remover and then spray paint it red and black. Everything is back together and I'm really happy with how this is looking. The daunting question now is, will it work or was this all for nothing? Time to test it out. The plastic cups are in place and I'm using these jelly candies for practice. It's ready to go in 3, 2, 1, fire! Amazing! These candies shot up around 100 feet in the air and completely covered the backyard, making an exciting candy hunt for my kids and a hit novelty at the birthday party. Well, I'll call that an epic success.
He's here.
Cyrano?
Cyrano.
Pleasure to meet you, Cyrano de Bergerac.
You're a freak. Freak.
My dearest friend, I'd be very angry with you if you died.
My sole purpose on this earth is to love Roxanne. Does she know? The world will never accept someone like me and a tall, beautiful woman.
We have no money. A clever marriage is your only option.
I won't be rescued. I'm not in distress. Love, does that mean nothing to you?
Children need love. Adults need money.
I need something to die for, write poems and cry for, and I won't be ashamed. I'd give anything for someone to say that they can't live without me, and they'll be there forever. I have a confession to make. I am madly in love,
Perhaps he feels the same.
but I've never actually spoken to him.
Of your love?
I think. He is Christian Neuvillette. He's a new recruit in your regiment.
Of course he is.
A woman like Roxanne wants wit, romance, poetry. I don't know how to speak romantically.
I am a poet. My words upon your lips. I will make you romantic, while you make me handsome.
She loves me! I give anything for someone to say all the words I don't have and I put together. I give anything.
Speak to me like you do in your letters.
You are a beautiful flower.
I am not a flower. I need more.
You're in love with her. My fate is to love her from afar.
We must let her decide our fate. She must have the choice.
At CDW, we get how to achieve calm amidst the chaos of a hybrid workforce.
Google Chrome OS, orchestrated by CDW, brings you built-in proactive security with no reported ransomware attacks ever, and simplified management with fast deployment and zero-touch enrollment, so that nothing disturbs your peace. For built-in security and fast deployment, trust Chrome OS and IT orchestration by CDW.
When Anna Delvey arrived on New York's party scene in 2016, she turned a lot of heads. She was name-dropping New York's elite, staying at lavish hotels, getting $400 eyelash extensions, and eating things that weren't on the menu at some of New York's most expensive restaurants.
Places I couldn't get into if I offered to pay double and sit in the kitchen.
She often tipped in $100 bills, even for things people don't tip for. Point is, she had all this money, but no one around her really knew where it was coming from.
I heard her parents were Russian oil billionaires. Excuse me, I have to get a drink.
No, I heard they're billionaires, but in green solar energy. Buy! I said buy!
Bro, I heard her parents were diplomats and she got all her money from a trust fund, bro. You spot me, bro?
Actually, none of those are true. Anna Delvey's parents are everyday people. Her dad drives a truck in Germany. She's just a really good liar, allegedly. And those lies defrauded banks, hotels, restaurants out of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Hey everyone, I'm Patrick Jones and welcome to The Vault. Today we're talking about Anna Delvey, who for years tricked the New York party scene into thinking she was anyone but who she actually was. Her story is wild and fascinating. Okay, friends, buckle up because here we go.
Anna's all over the party scenes in New York City and the Hamptons. Art gallery openings, expensive dinners, luxury gyms, the Surf Lodge in Montauk, you name it, she was there.
At this time, Anna had a big goal. She wanted to buy real estate, specifically a building on Park Avenue South in New York City. It's really big and features a 19th century church on the property. For you non-New Yorkers, this is prime. If this property was in Monopoly, you'd want to own it, you'd want to build hotels on it, and you'd want to throw your success in your grandma's face.
Anna was telling anyone who would listen what her plans were for this space. She saw it as a dynamic visual arts center that would include art exhibits, pop-up shops, restaurants, bars, a bakery, and a juice bar. But again, buying that space would be really expensive. To help her land this prize location, Anna talked to banks about loans, sought advice from financial counselors, and even hired a PR company. Seems like she was gaining momentum, and then, poof, she leaves New York, telling some friends she needed to leave the United States briefly for Cologne, Germany, as part of a visa issue. In February of 2017, Anna came back to New York and checked into 11 Howard. From there, she racked up a lot of bills. She would attend expensive personal training sessions and eat at Le Coucou, which is a restaurant owned by 11 Howard, meaning she could charge these meals to her hotel bill. At the restaurant, Anna was a regular, and charming enough that the head chef wouldn't mind making her elaborate things that weren't on the menu.
I don't think they'd even allow that at Denny's. Now we've hit the first patch of trouble for Anna.
11 Howard realized they didn't have a working credit card on file, and her bills were piling up. Don't forget, her Le Cuckoo bills are on that tab as well.
Such a rich privilege to be like, yeah, just put that on my tab, while the rest of us are getting yelled at for trying to get free refills at Mickey D's. Still, Anna was able to buy herself some time by wiring a portion of her tab to 11 Howard, but not enough time and not enough money.
During this controversy, Anna left the city on a $35,000 private jet ride to Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway annual stockholders meeting in Omaha, Nebraska.
Yes, I know. She's having money problems and also spending $35,000 on a private jet. We'll come back to that, I promise.
When she got back from Nebraska, Anna connected with Rachel Williams, a photo editor at Vanity Fair. In May of 2017, Anna, Rachel, and a few other people went to Morocco and stayed at an exclusive resort. We're talking the top of the top. Unable to afford the trip herself, Rachel wrote in her Vanity Fair article that Anna essentially said,
"No trouble. All on me."
We're talking airfare, hotels, dinners. Rachel had a sugar mama taking her on the trip of a lifetime. But maybe you can see where this is going, because this is The Vault, a show about crime and not a show about people having super fun times on trips.
During the trip, the hotel started hounding Anna for a working credit card, which she didn't have. They were polite about it at first, thinking it was a misunderstanding. But eventually, the hotel came down on their group hard.
People from the hotel were fired for this. There was a lot of pressure here.
So the staff cornered Anna and Rachel in their room and demanded someone hand over a credit card. That person ended up being Rachel. Rachel describes Anna as annoyed that the hotel was holding her up and said to Rachel,
"Listen, it's just a little mix-up. Can you cover this and I'll pay you back in a week?"
At the time, Rachel was making under 60 grand a year and was now in the hole for more than $62,000.
If you want more details on the trip, there was a great article in Vanity Fair about it all. When Anna arrived back in New York City in June of 2017, she couldn't go back to 11 Howard because they locked her out and took all of her stuff. So Anna checked into another luxury hotel, the Beekman, but got the boot from them too. There she had racked up a bill of $11,000.
I still can't believe these places let her go without a working credit card on the spot. But that's the thing about Anna. She was so good at playing this rich character that these places just assumed she was good for the money.
Meanwhile, Anna's situation was becoming more dire. Her biggest goal, the property on Park Avenue South, was sold to someone else. The thing is, if that venture was successful, she easily could have made enough money to pay everyone back. On top of that, the press caught up to her. The New York Post came out with an article asking who this woman was who keeps staying at luxury hotels only to stiff them on the bill. And the press weren't the only ones.
Turns out the New York DA was already on to Anna.
Anna was arrested and charged with grand larceny, falsifying documents, theft of services, and other charges.
She allegedly bilked somewhere around $275,000 from banks, restaurants, hotels, and friends like Rachel. Anna, whose real name is Anna Sorokin, was born in 1991 in Russia. And now she could be facing as much as 15 years of jail time. Don't forget, a lot of what she was trying to do centered around buying property for her visual arts center. In late 2016, she tried to secure that funding by going to National Bank and asking for a $22 million loan. And she allegedly went into those meetings with documents claiming that she owned 60 million British pounds in assets. In one of the most amazing examples of playing it cool, she was successful in that meeting. National Bank only wanted Anna to wire them $100,000, which would cover their legal fees and also their costs of due diligence in investigating her.
Coming up with that money wasn't particularly hard. She went to Fortress Bank and allegedly said something like,
"I have a loan coming for $22 million. I just need $100,000, and when that loan comes in, I'll be able to pay you back right away."
Fortress was in. Anna took that money and gave it to National Bank so they could investigate her. There's also instances of her depositing fake checks to banks like Citibank and Signature Bank. Somehow she was able to pull funds out before the banks realized the checks were bad. That's why Anna always had cash on her. She never had credit cards. She didn't have credit. And that coming up with that money was Delvey arrived on New York's party scene in 2016, she turned a lot of heads. She was name-dropping New York's elite, staying at lavish hotels, getting $400 eyelash extensions, and eating things that weren't on the menu at some of New York's most expensive restaurants.
Places I couldn't get into if I offered to pay double and sit in the kitchen.
She often tipped in $100 bills, even for things people don't tip for. Point is, she had all this money, but no one around her really knew where it was coming from.
I heard her parents were Russian oil billionaires. Excuse me, I have to get a drink.
No, I heard they're billionaires, but in green solar energy. Buy! I said buy!
Bro, I heard her parents were diplomats and she got all her money from a trust fund, bro. You spot me, bro?
Actually, none of those are true. Anna Delvey's parents are everyday people. Her dad drives a truck in Germany. She's just a really good liar, allegedly. And those lies defrauded banks, hotels, restaurants out of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Hey everyone, I'm Patrick Jones and welcome to The Vault. Today we're talking about Anna Delvey, who for years tricked the New York party scene into thinking she was anyone but who she actually was. Her story is wild and fascinating. Okay friends, buckle up because here we go.
Anna's all over the party scenes in New York City and the Hamptons.
Hey everyone, I'm Patrick Jones and welcome to The Vault.
Big day tomorrow? Better sleep tonight. Zarbee's Children's Sleep with Melatonin is the drug-free, non-habit-forming way to support peaceful sleep. And rest assured, nutrition recommended. Ready to take on the day.
Ugh, that smells questionable. Fortunately, Clorox disinfecting wipes prevent bacteria growth for 24 hours. Bye-bye, stinky germs.
Next time you reach for the sugar bowl, try to imagine that it was so rare and expensive, it was called white gold. Producing sugar from sugarcane first took place in India. About 300 BC, Alexander the Great's army reported seeing a reed that gives honey without bees growing there. Christopher Columbus never made it to Asia, but clumsily slammed into the Caribbean, and later brought sugarcane plantings there, along with slavery. The many types of sugar available in stores differ in crystal size or color depending on how they're processed. Sugarcane provides sugar, but also syrup, molasses, rum, sugar, ethanol, sugar, brown sugar, powdered sugar, and sugar. This episode is sponsored by your favorite video game and mine, Raid Shadow Legends. If you're up to date on Hugbee's lore, you know that Troglodyte is without a doubt the best champion in Raid Shadow Legends. And I'm here to tell you that that lore is complete and utter bullshit. After hundreds of additional hours of gameplay testing all of Raid's 600 plus champions, I have found a new favorite champion. Axeman. Axeman has all the benefits of both an axe and a man in a single champion. He is composed of 50